Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Antonio Pereira Neves. I am a journalist with the Portuguese news agency, Lusa. I would like to welcome everyone on behalf of Clube de Lisboa, who is bringing us together to discuss the oceans that belong to all of us. I want to remind everyone that this session and all other sessions have simultaneous translation. Whether you're watching on Zoom or YouTube, you can pose questions and we will select a few to keep our debate lively. Today, we are looking north to the Arctic, where an environmental catastrophe, the melting of the ice, is also making a new sea rise. I would like to introduce the panelists for today. We have with us Rear Admiral Carlos Ventura Soares of the Portuguese Navy. He's the Director General of the Portuguese Hydrographic Institute and specializes in hydrography and oceanography. We also have José Almeida, who is the CEO of SA Consult. He's also a university professor and has more than 40 years of experience in the shipping sector. We also have Christina Gerdy. She's the senior consultant for the high seas of the Global Polar Marine Program of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. And we also have Karen Sack. She's the CEO of Ocean Unite, with more than 20 years of experience working in non-governmental organizations regarding environmental questions. I will start this debate by going to Rear Admiral Ventura Soares. I would like you to tell us what is happening in the Arctic. How is this part of the world changing?
Well, thank you, Antonio. First of all, I'd like to greet the members of the panel and also the audience. And I would also like to thank the Clube of Lisboa for the invitation to participate in this conference. Well, just to help me with my presentation, I have some slides that I'm going to introduce right now. I think everybody is seeing the slides, I think. Mm-hmm. Well, the first slide is starting by the definition of the Arctic region. Well, it depends, of course, of the criteria. Anyway, this slide shows a kind of environmental criteria to define the Arctic region. So it's basically the Arctic Ocean plus the coastal areas of North America and North Asia and North Europe. So it's basically the area that we are expecting for this Arctic region. So this second slide, I think, is an important one because it shows the Arctic Ocean bathymetry. Because this bathymetry is going to have influence how the states see the Arctic and the use of the Arctic. And we can see in this slide that with the red areas, they are the shallow waters. I mean, shallow means less than 100 meters depth. So it's relatively shallow. And with the purple and the blue is the deepest area of the Arctic Ocean. So the green is right in the middle. So we can see with this map that is the shallow water is basically in the Russian coast, while of course right in the middle of the Arctic Ocean is the deepest area. So I have a third slide with maps that represents the Arctic Sea ice distribution in two antagonic points. The first one on the left-hand side is a picture obtained 1 year ago in March of 2020, where we can see that the distribution of the sea ice around the Arctic Sea last year was roughly the same of the average for the average of the 30 years from 1981 to 2010. And on the contrary, on our right hand side, we can see that in the last September, 6 months ago, we had a coverage of the sea ice that is, I can say, 2/3 of the average of 30 years average, which means that there's a real impact in summer situation relatively of the sea ice distribution. This kind of effects will have, of course, consequences in the way how the states approach to the Arctic issues. Well, now I'd like to, with this scheme, I'd like to address the challenges for the Arctic. And well, first of all, the globalization. Globalization needs, of course, natural resources and maritime routes for trading. I mean, which means shipping, in this case, with in the Arctic Ocean. We could say that at the same time that globalization processes speed up the climate changes. As a matter of fact, in the Arctic, climate changes means temperature increases and, of course, sea ice melting. If we have ice melting, of course, we are going to improve the technical accessibility to natural resources in the bottom, in the sea bottom, in the seabed and subseabed of the Arctic Ocean, because it's much more easy to operate in the seabed if we don't have too much ice on the ocean. Of course, for navigation purposes and of course for safety navigation, is much better to have less ice because of the safety of the ships, and we can think that the new maritime routes will be a very obvious solution for trading, and to use the Arctic as a route for trading, namely between Asia and Europe and North America. So they are basically these environmental and economic challenges for the Arctic, but of course we have to think also about the political challenges on that. I'm talking about governance, of course. How the Arctic states and the other ones deal with this? Well, it is important to have a governance model, and it is political challenge that I'm going to pass to analyze the next slide, and I have only one more slide to show in this presentation. So the political challenge on that is addressed or has been addressed in the last years through the Arctic 5, which means the littoral and coastal states of the Arctic, Russia, United States, Canada, Norway, and Denmark. But starting in the 90s, Arctic Council was founded in, I think it's 1996, where plus to the coastal states, also Finland, Sweden, and Iceland participate in this Arctic Council. It's a kind of consultation forum where the states can, in a smooth, I think, way, try to deal with the problems of the Arctic, and is a kind of governance that is not following exactly the law, because of course they have to use the law of the sea in case of the Arctic Ocean, but is not their decisions in Arctic Council. They didn't follow the law, international law but it's much more forum to exchange and to prepare ideas and solutions in a very practical way. In the recent years, there was some other some other states that adhere to this Arctic Council. Actually, there are 13 countries plus some NGOs that participate in this forum. That is still very important to the states interested in the Arctic deal with all these issues. Of course, we are not thinking about a global commons as Antarctica in this case, because Antarctica is ruled by Antarctic Treaty, that is a law, is international law. Well, of course, this political challenge could be a good solution to address the environmental challenge. Well, I think to protect and to preserve ecosystems based in scientific research, it's an issue that could be very comfortable for all the states, because there is no country that think that is a different way about this kind of issues. When do we address economic challenges? Things are a little bit different. Of course, everyone is adhere about sustainable development, but the real thing we have to think about energetic and mineral resources, namely in the seabed and subseabed of the Arctic Ocean. And in this case, we are starting to have some questions, namely some conflicts about the maritime boundaries, EEZs, for instance, and with the recent process of the continental shelf extension claims by the states, as what Larry Meyer referred in the previous panel. We are starting to have the conflicts because there is an issue that is not solved, and I think that we need some more decades to define clearly what will be the boundaries, namely related with the continental shelf extension. Finally, about the Northeast Passage and the Northwest Passage. There are two main problems related with this. The first one is the navigational safety. Of course, to assure the safety of the navigation, we need icebreakers, a search and rescue service, maritime pilotage. We need to prevent oil spill dangers, and of course we need to have some shelters, some harbors to protect the ships in case of adverse meteo conditions. In addition to that, we are having here questions related with the UNCLOS, the law of the sea, because there is some tricky questions about innocent passage and transit passage that should be addressed, because we have to think about there are some coastal states with sovereignty and jurisdiction, and there is some issues that should be solved until we have a free Northeast Passage or Northwest Passage in the future. So this is my first address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now go to Jorge. Thank you for joining us. Now we have heard Rear Admiral Ventura Soares describe what is an ecological catastrophe, but this is also the opening of a new sea route. What opportunities will this bring, and how will the shipping sector launch itself on this?
Thank you, Antonio. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. Let me start by thanking the Clube de Lisboa, and particularly Professor Fernando Cardoso, for the invitation to participate in this panel. I think a good way to phrase in a colloquial way your point is to ask the Arctic climate catastrophe, does it have a silver lining for shipping? That's what we're talking about. And the short answer is yes, but with many caveats, still many question marks, as I'll see later. But I must say, I find it a bit ironic that we're talking about global warming, basically the effect of global warming, at the same time that we're watching on TV all these images from the Texas snowstorm and what's incredibly happening in there. And I presume it is all related. And in fact, I noticed that there's a new slang that is becoming popular. Instead of talking about global warming, people talking about global weirding. In other words, there's something weird about the climate. It's not only the Arctic, it's everywhere. And nobody really knows in which direction it is going. But before we get into the nitty-gritty of the sea lines and so on, I thought it would be useful to frame the discussion with a bit of history, because there's a lot of history that goes back to the 16th century for the attempts to find a seaway passage through the Arctic. And in fact, the first attempts were attempts to try to find an alternative to the Portuguese sea route to India. And this was a very important expedition that was sponsored by the King of England, Henry VII, around 1497. That sent an explorer called John Cabot, which was the English name. The guy actually was an Italian sailor, and he sent him with 5 ships and 200 men to find the sea passage at the time on the Canadian side, the Northwest Passage, so-called. They never returned, so they were never found. And then after that, there were many unsuccessful attempts to try to find a seaway passage, and maybe the better known one, for the wrong reasons, was an expedition in 1845, so the 19th century, by Captain John Franklin, so-called Franklin Expedition, which was extremely well equipped with 2 ships, 129 men. One of the ships had a foretell name of Terror, was the name of the ship. They all perished, and only recently, in 2014, a Canadian research team found the remnants, the shipwrecks of these ships near King William Island, and that tells you how difficult it is, in fact, to go through this process and to find the seaway. Some of the bodies, the bodies of the 129 men were found in several places along the time, and there were clear signs of cannibalism and other atrocities, and they have been the subject of several movies, including some that you can see in YouTube, that shows what an horrendous adventure it was. And by the way, let me add just a little trivia that I also learned. I didn't know about it. I hear in the news sometimes the name for the president of the United States, the desk in the Oval Office, as being the Resolute desk, the Resolute desk. Well, it's called the Resolute because it was built with wood that was recovered from a ship called Resolute that went after to try to find Franklin 10 years later, and also a shipwreck. This one, they were able to recover it, and Queen Victoria very gracefully decided to offer to the American president a desk that weighs about 500 tons. I'm sorry, 500 kilos, half a ton. Actually, the first time that there was a sea crossing of the Northwest Passage was in 1906, so many years later, by a name that we all know probably for other reasons, which is Roald Amundsen, before he became famous with the South Pole expedition. He was the first one to complete the crossing of the Northwest Passage entirely by ship, a very small ship called Gioia, with the 45 net resistance. But it took him 3 years to cross the Northwest Passage. And only 6 years later, in 1969, there was a commercial ship that actually did the crossing of the Northwest Passage, a tanker, a US tanker called Manhattan. And the intention was to find if there was a way of carrying oil without having to build a pipeline, but clearly it did not work out because the Alaskan pipeline was built. So all these attempts shows you how difficult it has been, what interest exists from many centuries ago, how difficult it is. Nowadays, the Northwest Passage is rarely utilized. The passage that is commercially useful right now is the Northern Sea Passage. But maybe I should stop here and talk about it a little further on, okay?
Thank you, George. I will now go to Christina. Christina Gerdi, thank you for joining us today. Now let's look beyond the Arctic, and I would like to ask you to tell us what are the impacts of the Arctic, the ocean in general, and for marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. You have the.
Well, thank you very much. And it is a pleasure to be here today. Thank you to the Lisbon Club for hosting this conversation with such an interesting panel. And to the fellow panelists, I'd like to sort of say, there are three effects of the melting Arctic that I think we need to be aware of today and then go into details later. One is, of course, the climate effects. That's where the melting fresh water from the Arctic is truly disrupting global climate patterns. We're seeing it reflected in what's happening in Texas right now. We're seeing it what's happening in the warming Georges Bank. My neighbor, I live in Massachusetts, where it's also one of the hottest bodies of water on this planet. So as the ice sheets in the Arctic melt, as the ice sheets in the Greenland glaciers melt, we are fundamentally changing the physical, chemical, and biological nature of our planet. At the same time, we're creating I think it's very apt to recall what Secretary General Antonio Guterres recently said, is that we are basically making war on the planet. Our continuing emissions of carbon dioxide, as well as black carbon in the Arctic, are actually creating a threefold crisis. He says, for too long, we have been waging a senseless and suicidal war on nature. The result is three interlinked environmental crises: climate disruption, biodiversity loss, and pollution that threaten our viability as a species. And this calls in many ways for a global perspective. So this is the political effects that I would like to focus on now and later. Is Antonio Guterres has also said that the challenges ahead clearly demand a more inclusive and more networked multilateralism. He's calling for a new global deal among countries to ensure that power, benefits, and opportunities are shared more broadly and fairly. And these apply to the Arctic as well. They also apply to what's going on at the United Nations for developing a new treaty for the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. And the importance of this new treaty is it provides a global perspective to regional efforts to develop, sustain, and protect the environment, the marine environment. In the Arctic, for so long, we've thought of it as largely a coastal state enclave. That's a regional sea. But as we're seeing the Arctic melt, it's revealing a vast body of high seas, the Central Arctic Ocean, that in many ways, as we say, belongs to all of us. And so our concerns about its health, its welfare, and what it's doing to the rest of the planet need to become center to our attention. This also calls for policy effects, the effects of the melting Arctic ice water. And this is the need for a more humble and precautionary approach to management. That's what we've seen the leadership in the Arctic nations and the fishing nations calling for a 16-year pause to fishing in the Central Arctic Ocean. This is the type of attitude we need for all the activities in the Arctic as well as in the rest of the global ocean, because it's only through collaborative scientific information that we'll truly understand how to reduce the footprint of human activities to a level that is compatible with what the ecosystems need and can help us wage peace with the planet and not war with the planet. I'm mindful that the United States, we've just adopted a policy to make environmental protection and climate change top priorities. How can we bring the nations of the world to see that the interlinkages between climate change and environmental policy? The International Maritime Organization recently adopted a phase out of heavy fuel oil for the Arctic, but it left so many gaps, sorry about the screen here, so many gaps and loopholes in that phase out that states, as they are continuing to bring shipping into the Arctic, could in fact exacerbate the climate crisis. So we really need to think holistically, globally, inclusively, and with a long-term perspective about what is going on. And I would just plea that things like environmental impact assessments from the Arctic 5, the coastal states, for what they are doing, how that's going to affect the Central Arctic Ocean, how it affects weather and climate patterns for the rest of the world, really need to be first and foremost in their minds as we merge into an open Arctic Sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. I will now address Karen. Thank you for joining us today. Now let's go to the other side of the Earth and look at the Antarctic. What can we learn and possibly hope for if we consider the way that the nations of the world have come to share the Antarctic?
Well, thank you, Antonio, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you today. It's so unusual for us to have a conversation that stretches from the Arctic to the Antarctic and everywhere in between. And we thought it might be fun to take a quick trip down to the Antarctic through a short video that's narrated by now Special Envoy for the Climate, John Kerry, to just show us a little bit about what's going on in the Antarctic. If we could play the video, please.
Encircling the icy continent of Antarctica is the most pristine of all marine habitats, the Great Southern Ocean. Looking down on this ocean, the sheer beauty and power of the natural world is overwhelming. This is our last ocean frontier. Over 9,000 species that can't be found anywhere else in the world call this place home. Even species that don't live here depend on it. Strong Antarctic currents carry deep-sea nutrients to faraway oceans, sustaining 3/4 of the world's marine life. As remote as it is, the Southern Ocean is under increasing pressure. It's one of the fastest warming places on Earth. And there is a growing interest in commercial fishing in this area. The strain is becoming visible. We have the power to protect this ocean. It can be done, and in fact, it's already begun. In 2016, 24 countries and the European Union made history by creating the largest marine protected area on the planet in the Ross Sea. These countries are members of the Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, or CCAMLR. Their visionary decision to protect the Ross Sea was praised around the globe. But CCAMLR also made an even more important promise, one that will have a bigger impact. They agreed to establish a network of large-scale marine protected areas throughout the Southern Ocean, including in the Weddell Sea, East Antarctica, and the Antarctic Peninsula. These protected areas would connect ecosystems, supporting marine animals that migrate between them as they forage and breed. And the benefits of these reserves will spread well beyond their boundaries. Our planet is changing, and never has this region been more fragile or important than it is today. Protecting the Ross Sea was only the beginning. It's time for CCAMLR to deliver on its word by working steadily toward a network of marine reserves that will safeguard the world's final ocean frontier before it's too late.
the Southern Ocean that surrounds Antarctica, just like the Arctic, Antarctica is being disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change, with an increase of more than 5 degrees Celsius in average water surface temperature over the past 50 years. And the Antarctic circumpolar current that swirls around the continent is warming much more rapidly than the global ocean as a whole. The place that is experiencing the greatest effects of climate change in the Antarctic is the Antarctic Peninsula, the part that is just near the tip of South America, where the temperature, air temperature, has increased 3 degrees Celsius in the past 50 years. Just to give a comparison, reports show that Antarctica and Greenland are losing ice 6 times faster than expected, and that if they continue along this worst case scenario, we'll see an extra 17 centimeters of sea level rise by the end of the century, putting 400 million people at risk from annual coastal flooding by 2100. So these issues in the Arctic and the Antarctic are really important in terms of what they mean for all of us living around the world. You know, the differences are also very clear. Unlike the international waters of the Arctic, the Antarctic has a robust governance system in place, actually dating back to the late 1950s and the height of the Cold War, where the Antarctic Treaty was put together and declared Antarctica a place of peace and science. And that was to ensure that nuclear weapons weren't placed on the continent. And that system, that Antarctic Treaty system, which is going to be celebrating its 60th anniversary this year, was then added to in the 1990s, the early 1990s, by the Madrid Protocol to the Antarctic Treaty, which is very focused on Antarctic protection, environmental protection, and really had its roots in a desire to extract minerals and do mining in the Antarctic, which has, because of this protocol, literally been put on ice. So the differences we see in the Antarctic is that we've seen multilateralism come together in a kind of geopolitical common interest to keep some things from happening in the Antarctic. So no mining and mineral extraction, no weapons in the Antarctic, the focus on science and science bringing the international community together. There have also been protections put in place by the International Maritime Organization, so you cannot use heavy fuel oil in the Antarctic because of the risk of harm. And there are some areas that are particularly protected and recognized as special areas for conservation. Where the Antarctic has been a little different from the Arctic has been in the area of fishing. So actually, Antarctica is exemplary, unfortunately, in terms of overfishing internationally. In fact, whaling in the Antarctic and overfishing, serial overfishing for different species, has really had a negative effect on the environment. We have a legal body in the Antarctic to bring countries together to make decisions, but those decisions are based on consensus. So everyone needs to agree. And as former Secretary Kerry was talking about establishing protected areas in the Antarctic, the biggest protected area in the world in international waters is in the Ross Sea in Antarctica, which is amazing, but it has taken years and years to get there, because consensus decision making means that you need every country on board, and if there are just a few countries that are not on board, you can actually stop a decision going forward. So all of the issues that Christina was talking about with regard to the high seas, we can learn from the Antarctic to take some of those lessons to the high seas, to require prior environmental impact assessment, to establish protected areas. But we should also learn from them and take them to the Arctic. The Arctic is ahead of the Antarctic in setting up that moratorium. on commercial fisheries in the high seas areas of the Arctic until we know what exists and there is a legal regime in place. And we should learn that lesson for the rest of the global ocean as well. So a lot of back and forth on these various issues, multilateralism, geopolitics, and of course, the key difference that our early speakers are talking about is the economics. In the Antarctic, of course, there are not the economic drivers that there are in the Arctic. But that has helped with multilateralism, drive it forward. And again, we need to take those lessons and apply them to the Arctic and the rest of the high seas.
Thank you, Karen. We will get back right to the economic side of it. Just to remind everyone that is watching that you can pose your questions through Zoom and through YouTube. They will reach us, and we will make sure that our speakers get a chance to answer them. I would like to go back to George now. George, you've given us an historical framing of the Arctic. Now I would like to define how fragile an environment the Arctic is, and we've also seen how rich in resources it is. How is the shipping sector or the resources sector going about exploring it? Are they taking into consideration just how fragile it is?
Antonio, let me try to see if I can share here a slide. Can you see it? All right, this is a very sketchy image of the various crossings and on the polar shipping routes. As I mentioned earlier, the Northwest Passage is not really that much used because it's not predictable. The icing is not predictable, and it's basically an alternative to the Panama Canal. The more important sea route is what's called the Northern Sea Route, or the Northeast Sea Route, through the Russian waters, which is an alternative to the Suez Canal. Okay, and it was opened to commercial shipping only in 2011, not that long ago. Until then, basically during the Soviet period was kept very much as a private area for military needs and oil and gas drilling. And then, of course, now it's changing very quickly. But to give you an idea of what we're talking about in terms of navigation in the on the North Sea route, since 2011, where the transit was basically zero, until 2019, which is the latest numbers I have, the sea traffic increased to 18 million tons. However, out of those 18 million tons, only 5% is transit. In other words, ships that go from all the way across from the Strait of Bering to the Atlantic. All the rest is actually cargo that stays in local ports, Murmansk being the main one. So for the time being, the transit traffic, the transit cargo, is very, very small. And the reason for it is that, thank God, the conditions are still too difficult to be able to do it on a regular basis. The first time that a shipping company, a container shipping company, which is the biggest menace, I would say, tried to cross the northern sea route was in 2018. Maersk, the Danish company, was the largest shipping company in the world. They did a trial passage with a ship called Venta Maersk with icebreakers and so on. They were able to complete the passage, but they felt that it was not commercially viable yet. Okay. In the meantime, the Chinese shipping company COSCO, which is the third largest container company in the world, decided to bet very heavily on this sea route. So they have declared openly, and they are starting to increase the number of sea crossings on the Northern Sea Passage. But we're still talking a very, very small number of crossings for the reasons I mentioned, that it's not predictable. When you're talking about container ships, the reliability of the schedule is very, very important on one side. On the other side, there's a scale effect. In other words, the bigger the ship, the less expensive it is to carry a container, and today's motherships have capacities above 16,000 TEUs, or containers of 20 footers. The bigger ones have 24,000, and the biggest ship that can cross the northeast passage or the northern passage was this Maersk ship is 3,000 TEU, so it's much smaller. And in a rule of thumb, if you double the size of a ship, you reduce the transportation cost by 30%. So the commercial attractiveness it's not there yet. It's still very much on a tentative scale. But COSCO is trying because, number one, they can afford it. Number two, they can see that for some merchandise, the fact that you are saving maybe 15 days in transit time can make up for the fact that it is in fact more expensive. You have very high value goods, then it makes sense to bring it through these routes because you save enough time. They are doing the same thing, as you know, with the rail connecting China to center of Europe, in fact all the way to Madrid, and hopefully soon to Sines by rail, because it saves around 15 days or so if it came all the way to Sines. And even though it's quite a bit more expensive than bringing by ship, there might be some goods for which there's a commercial advantage. We're talking still on fringes, very small amount of cargo. Now, the interesting notes that I think it's worthwhile mentioning, it goes more directly to your question, Antonio, is that all the other large shipping companies, COSCO, as I mentioned, they continue saying that they are betting on the future of the Northern Sea route for certain types of cargo. But all the other major ones, including Maersk, MSC, which is the second largest shipping company in the world, and the number 4, which is the French company CMA CGM, and Hapag-Lloyd, which is number 5, the Dutch company, they all have stated openly that they will not use the Arctic as an alternative sea route. I don't know if it's just temporarily. I don't know if it is because it's not commercially viable, but it's nice. It's a nice political stance to have. For the time being, they're all saying that. Maersk, after they did their trial, they were worried about the competition on COSCO, and they announced they would start a regular crossing in 2019, and basically they didn't do it. They're sitting on the fence. Now, on the positive news, I don't want to go too far, but on the positive news, what is happening is that there is a general conscience in the shipping industry that something needs to be done about climate. It's not just something nice to talk about, and there are some very specific initiatives that you may have heard of because they are mentioned in the papers and so on, but it's worthwhile just mentioning here so that everybody's aware of it. The first one is the so-called Poseidon Principles. Poseidon Principles is an initiative by the banks, the largest lending banks of the shipping industry. Nowadays, there are 22 banks that control something like 80% of all the loans for shipping. They have decided that we're going to use the climate performance of the vessels as a criteria to lend money to new ships, for ship owners to buy new ships or ships in secondhand. And that is the intention of making it viable to meet the IMO climate goal of reducing 50% the emissions, the greenhouse gas by 2050 compared to 2008. So that's a very important initiative because the banks, and when the banks put their money on their mouths, usually that's a very good sign. But right alongside that, there is an initiative called Getting to Zero Coalition. It's an alliance of 120 companies, worldwide companies, mostly shipping companies, so mostly the polluters in quotes, that have committed to develop ships with zero emissions that technically emit zero gas by 2030. So that's not far away. By 2030, to actually have ships that have zero emissions. The ship typically lasts 20 years, the economic lifetime. So that means by 2050, in thesis, every ship operating in the world, if this went ahead, will be emission-free. And that's a major initiative. They are spending a lot of money basically in research and technical development. We hope they'll be successful. And then there's also an initiative on the cargo side, the guys who put the cargo on the ships, the so-called shippers, right? They also form an alliance called Clean Cargo, and they have a large number of shippers that control 85% of all the cargo that is transported by containers, in which they're going to start using the performance, the climate performance of the ship, of the carriers, of the ships, as a criteria to decide which ships they're going to use to transport their cargo. So there's real initiatives with concrete objectives, and we'll see the impact very shortly. And I think this is good news for all of us.
Thank you, Jorge. Now, I would like to go back to Rear Admiral Ventura Soares. Now, we are looking at a region which is rich in resources, and where a shipping, a container ship may pass, a warship may also pass, or a submarine may also pass. Are we looking at a potential new battleground? What can be done to contain the hunger of great powers like Russia or China over this this new sea route?
Thank you, Antonio, for the question. Well, I think we have to think about this issue in a long-term perspective. I'm talking about the second half of this century. Of course, all the analysis will depend of the global warming trends and what is really the rules concerning this issue in 2050. But anyway, I think there are two main kind of implications. Well, the first one is the freedom of navigation in all this area. Of course, in Antarctica there is no problem like this because there is no jurisdiction of coastal states, but it's not the case of the Arctic, and the Arctic 5 are really convinced that they should control in their jurisdictional waters and control in terms of how the navigation will be done in the Arctic Sea. Of course, Canada and Russia are the main coastal states on this. But there is problems like, for instance, Canada considers that the Northeast Passage is within the internal waters of Canada. So it's enough to stop any navigation if Canada doesn't know this kind of route in that waters. The Russians can do the same. I'm talking theoretically, not for real active foreign policy of that countries. But Russia can, I don't know, maybe even if the Northeast Passage is not in internal waters, but could be in the territorial waters or in some straits. So in fact, Russia can control that passage using strictly the international law of the sea, the UNCLOS. Mm-hmm. So they can do in this way. I think it's difficult now to forecast what will be the behaviors of that coastal countries. But as Jorge referred previously, the new routes for the Arctic, they are not a problem of today, but could be a problem in 30 or 40 years. Concerning the natural resources, I have no doubt that as far as there are some technical conditions to look at the seabed or the subseabed of the Arctic, there are some countries that are really interested on that, because the continents are starting to be sparse in terms of minerals. For instance, if you talk about the rare earth minerals, there is a kind of mineral that is all the technological powers in the world wants to have this kind of resources. So Arctic could be one of that sources, and I think with all these processes of the continental shelf extension claims, the countries, the coastal states could be use that extension to identify potential mineral extraction on the Arctic. So there are basically these two questions that I'd like to refer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now like to go back to Christina. I will take a question that was sent to us from our audience about the condition of the Arctic seabed in terms of pollution and the direct impact on local species. What are we looking at right now, and what risks do these new sea lanes pose?
Well, I do have to confess, I am a lawyer by training, not a scientist. I focus on areas beyond national jurisdiction, not the Arctic or the Antarctic. But applying what I know already, that was where you had shipping through the Northeast Atlantic. These ship lanes became some of the most heavily polluted passages. That was the bivalves would be soaking up the anti-fouling paints that the ships were applying to keep creatures from growing on them. Because the Arctic high seas has not yet been open to shipping, there would fortunately be very little, but what the Arctic high seas and the Arctic is getting are the long-range transports of pollution particles. And so the Arctic seafloor, just as they found in the Antarctic, there's actually life down way below the ice where they did not expect it. You can also expect that the pollutants from the rest of the planet are trickling down, but just not in the quantities yet until shipping would begin. But shipping is a huge problem, and with it goes noise. And as we've heard, that warming waters actually exacerbate the penetration of the noise. So it would make the impacts on the marine mammals and fish much worse. Climate change, warmer waters decrease the amount of oxygen that is available for the species to survive. At least the bluefin tuna and the swordfish require a certain level of oxygen in their water in order to live normal lives. This is the same for our belugas and our other Arctic creatures. The stratification of the water that we're getting in the Arctic is also going to be a serious problem. So I would just say we need to be looking at the problems of pollution that needs to be factored in any activities that go. And I think as we've learned with oil and gas is that the pollutants, once they are there, are very, very difficult to eradicate. And it's the reason why many countries are going very slow in developing their oil and gas resources in the Arctic. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Christina. Karen, I'd like to ask you another question that has come to us from our audience. What is the strategic positioning that is taking place regarding the opportunities that we are looking at in the South Atlantic?
So, look, I think a couple of things that kind of mesh into that question. The first is that I think none of us should underestimate the very serious impacts that are currently taking place across the entire ocean as a result of climate change, the climate emergency, and the biodiversity crisis. And in fact, I think most scientists, certainly the International Panel on Climate Change that has advised the UN, are absolutely clear that we have less than 10 years to address these issues. And so in whatever we're talking about now, as we talk about the opening up of shipping, access to shipping or fishing or other extractions, whether it's the Arctic, the high seas, or the Antarctic, we need to really think twice about this. There should be big red flashing lights in front of any decision maker at the moment about enabling greater extraction from any of these areas because of the potential damage it could have on the rest of the planet on the carbon cycle, on biodiversity, and on all of us. And so we really need to take a very precautionary approach to these issues. And that applies in the South Atlantic as well. I'm not sure if the person was referring to some of the issues of overfishing in the South Atlantic, particularly in high seas areas or where countries' exclusive economic zones cross. I think the bottom line is that we have this amazing international treaty, the UN Law of the Sea Convention, which is a constitution for the ocean. And it gives countries certain rights and responsibilities. I think many countries have focused on those rights and what those rights give them in terms of access for exploitation, rather than focus on the responsibilities that come with those rights. And we really now need to focus on those responsibilities, which is why, as the UN negotiates a new high seas biodiversity treaty, the first global treaty that will focus on keeping life in the ocean rather than taking it out, we need to make sure that that treaty is robust, that it is in place as quickly as possible, that it requires prior environmental impact assessment before allowing activities to take place, that it has a strong dispute settlement process, and that it is based on science. And the same principles need to apply in the Arctic and the Antarctic. You know, we hold up the Antarctic as this beacon of multilateral decision-making for the rest of the world. But really, if you look over the last 10 years or so, because of the consensus decision-making requirements there, decisions to protect large areas of the Antarctic have been blocked by 2 countries, whereas the rest of the countries that are parties to that international treaty are ready to move forward. We need to make sure that as we move forward on international law in the Arctic, where there is no binding legal regime, and in the rest of the high seas, where this legal regime is under discussion, that we can't have a few countries holding the rest of the world hostage for progressive decision-making, particularly now, at a time where we absolutely have to take that precautionary management. And I think the points that Professor Almeida was making about the importance of the business sector here are just key to stress as a final point. The finance sector, the folks that are financing those vessels, the insurers who are insuring the vessels that are going to the north or the south, or looking to engage in deep seabed mining and other factors, need to think very carefully about how their financing is enabling a path towards 3, 4, 4.5 degrees of warming, rather than sticking to the Paris Agreement target of 1.5 or below. Those are the things that really need to drive us at the moment. That's what global ocean governance needs to focus on.
Thank you again, Karen. Now I have another pressing question from our audience. I would like to address this question to Rear Admiral Ventura Soares. Will the melting of the Arctic submerge countries or parts of countries, for example, the Netherlands, and will it shift marine currents and the climate in the North Atlantic?
Well, thank you for the question. Well, actually, well, it depends of the models, and it depends how the scientific people treat the data. And I think it's one of the key points to approach all these questions and to have a general acceptance of the danger of the climate change is the lack of data that we really have on the oceans, especially in the Arctic and Antarctic, but all over the world. So we have a lack of information, and that can consider the precautionary approach the right one this problem of the climate changes. And it's a responsibility of the science to invest in observation. I think the United Nations Decade of the Ocean Science for Sustainable Development that starts this year, it will be a key point in order to have a global system of observations that can support the right interpretation and the right models for the future. I think in this case, of course, we know that the rising of the mean sea level, it's a reality all over the world, but it's not a reality in all the places. Even in Portugal, there is not enough data to make a statement, a definitive statement about this. And but of course, I think the main problem with this rising of the mean sea level probably will not be a problem for the Netherlands, but could be a problem for the islands in the Pacific Ocean, because of even for the protection of the inhabitants there is not the same thing. So I think the bottom line of my intervention is we humankind, we should invest in observation. We should understand better and better the ocean, because only in this way we can make influence in the decision makers that can be sustainable and absorbed by everybody. I think is the key point in this approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina, I have another question for you that is a good question that just came from our audience. Do you find it likely or even possible that due to the environmental reasons, the show would take even before it becomes commercially appealing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I couldn't hear it.
Is it likely, or is it even possible that due to all these environmental reasons, shipping through the Arctic might be forbidden? Nations might agree that it should be forbidden even before it becomes commercially appealing.
Well, okay, interesting question. First, I'd like to go back to sort of the impacts of the melting Arctic, if I may. I happen to have been looking back through the IPCC report on the special report on ocean and cryosphere in a changing ocean from 2019. And it lays out a pretty grim picture of the impacts of climate change on the ocean. And let me just quote this: over the 21st century, the ocean is projected to transition to unprecedented, why is this coming through, change, with increased temperatures, virtually certain, greater upper ocean stratification, very likely, further acidification, virtually certain, oxygen decline, medium confidence, and altered net primary productivity. This is the fundamental base of our food chain. So, we already know enough that this is going to dramatically alter food web supplies, climate regimes, weather patterns around the globe. The melting of the Arctic sea ice will not necessarily impact sea level rise in the Netherlands, but it will affect the rapidity of the melting of the Arctic glaciers, which will have a very serious effect on sea level rise everywhere. And so we are all interconnected and intertwined. And if we don't take action now, as well as commission lots and lots of scientific research to better understand the intricate balances between these various activities, we will be in very hot water. So with respect to shipping in the Arctic, shipping across the high seas, if you build on the model of we don't understand what the impact will be, what fuel will they be using? Will heavy fuel oil actually exacerbate climate change and the rapidity of the melting of the Arctic ice? The black soot that is exuded from the heavy fuel oil that is the predominant fuel these days, is actually making things far worse. So yes, it would be like, well, they said call it the death of 1,000 knives, 1,000 nicks. This would be deliberately imposing many additional harms on our ocean by introducing uncontrolled shipping into the Arctic high seas. If you can put regulations to ensure it's decarbonized, clean fuels, that there's no impact on the stability of the ice as you go through, how much energy do the tankers and the icebreakers require? Sorry about the noise. So you need a full life cycle analysis of what the impacts of shipping would be. And yes, I would agree, as with fishing, you would want that done before we even start to consider any sea routes through the Arctic high seas. And then I would certainly spend time pleading with Russia to truly consider their power as a global coastal state in the Arctic to either accelerate global warming and the melting of the Arctic, or to slow it down by cleaning up shipping through their own waters. And that will require some significant political pressure. So I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you, Christina. I would like to go back to George and ask you, can the industry and can the shipping sector afford to miss this opportunity of shipping, of sailing, of sending ships through the Arctic? How essential is this to move the global economy along? George, we can't hear you. Please activate your mic. Sorry, George, we still can't hear you. Your mic is turned off.
Is it on now?
Thank you.
Is it on?
It is, thank you.
Okay. But basically, what we're talking about is trans-Arctic routes. There are two alternatives to two existing routes. The one through the Panama Canal and one through the Suez Canal. Okay. By far, the one that has more traffic, where the gains could be higher in commercial terms, is the one through the Suez Canal, which is the closest route between Asia and North Europe, where the shipping companies deploy their largest ships. The Panama Canal has a much lesser utilization for a couple of reasons. One is that the largest ships that exist in the world can't transit the Panama Canal anymore. It's too small. And number two, there is a very efficient alternative by discharging the big vessels in Los Angeles and Long Beach, and then distributing by train. So the logistic chains that exist today, they are quite efficient, both on the Pacific as well on the Atlantic side. The gains that you can get by using the Arctic route are very, very small for the time being. The reason why commercially all the other big ship companies other than COSCO decided not to look into it. But the problem is not today. The problem is what's going to happen in 20 years from now. And I'm very afraid that nothing is done, that by then it will be irreversible. I think the trend will start going that way, and then it will be very difficult to stop. I remember a phrase from I think it was President Eisenhower that said, if you want to resolve a small problem, turn it into a big problem. So you just have to make this a big problem. You have to start creating the notion that we're talking about is a huge problem, a huge threat. Okay. Now, ironically, I think that's what's happening with this pandemic, the COVID pandemic, is that in a way we're being forced to understand that the global catastrophes require global solutions. And I am somewhat optimistic that what we're talking about here, which is really a global problem, needs a concert of nations that decided that this has to be also a global solution. And for that, of course, you need the leadership. Sorry, I thought I had turned it off. you need global leadership, which we've been missing for the last few years. But I'm optimistic that somehow a wave of concern and understanding of what's at play will end up changing the way things are working right now.
Thank you, George. Karen, I will take a question from the audience again, and I would address it to you. It regards the specific aspect of the summer sea ice in the Arctic. It could disappear completely by 2035. That's not a long way from today. Do you think, should we be speeding up action to reduce emissions more rapidly in order to try and protect this remaining summer sea ice? Can it even be done?
Well, that's the big question. Can it even be done? But yes, we need to speed up action in every way that we can. And that means each of us working individually. It means our countries working to up the ante, to make their commitments stronger, to raise their commitments, particularly in this year, in the lead up to COP26 in the UK. Well, yeah, in the UK and later this year. To make sure that those commitments are aligned with the 1.5 degree warming maximum that we have been set. We are already seeing so many changes. Some of the things that are happening in the ocean will continue to happen despite what we do, because that time lag is built in there already. Some of the melting of the ice, whether it's in the Arctic or the Antarctic, in the Himalayas, talking about the cryosphere, we've just seen in the past week or so a huge avalanche and destruction as a result of melting part of our cryosphere, and the impacts that has on people. So we really don't have time anymore to think about what could be done, what might be done. We need strong multilateralism, revitalized multilateralism, countries working together to make pledges, to take action. We need the business community to step up to make sure that business investments, the asset managers and owners, are not investing in assets that could drive higher warming or heating, whether it's in the air or at sea. We need to make sure that decisions that are being made to manage the global commons that are our oceans are being made in a way that guard against rising beyond that 1.5 degree threshold. And we need each of us in our actions to do that as well. And Christina was mentioning the Russia and the Arctic. We need shippers, vessel owners, ship owners, and the folks that are investing, financing, insuring them, to make sure that it is not okay to use some of those ports, because it isn't. It is no longer okay. We need to take precautionary action. And I guess that is the real, I may be sounding, in years past I would have been called hysterical for sounding the alarm, but I think, I'm sitting in Washington, D.C. at the moment, and there is an ice storm here as a result of the Arctic polar change in weather that we've seen over the last few weeks. This weirdness, this weather weirdness that we referred to right at the beginning of this call is something that is happening around the world now. And if it doesn't wake us up to what needs to happen now, then we have a real problem. So we've got to wake up, we've got to take action, and all of us need to be involved every step of the way.
So Karen, I would like to pose this question to you and then to Christina afterwards. We're talking about the Arctic and the Antarctic. For most people around the world, these are pretty remote areas. Most people in the world will never even go close to them. So how do you raise awareness and make people understand that what happens there also happens to them?
Well, so I understand that in Portugal, for instance, there is a lot of fish consumption. People love fish in Portugal. Without the circumpolar current around Antarctica that is driving what we call primary productivity, the very small animals and plants that go up through the main coastal currents that come up the coast of Africa or Latin America, those currents feed the fish that feed the world. Without a stable Antarctic, some of the fish that folks love to eat in Portugal will not be on the table. They will not be in the sea. There will not be fish there for them to eat. The same happens in terms of the weather and the changes that we're seeing in terms of the weather. And again, referring back to the coronavirus pandemic, we are seeing the impacts of human on nature. We are seeing these inadvertent impacts. We don't know what might happen. So we may never go to the Antarctic or the Arctic, but we need to know that the air conditioner that powers our planet is in the Arctic. The food that feeds us is driven up from the Antarctic. We need to take care of both of them because together they help make our planet whole. And we need to know that they are part of our lives every single day.
Christina, if you could send out a worldwide wake-up call for this issue, what would you say?
I think it's hard to do better than echo the Secretary General of the United Nations now, Antonio Guterres, who's saying we have to stop waging war on the planet. The planet is going to start waging war on us, slapping us in the face in unpredictable ways. We cannot control the weather. We cannot control climate. We need to be part of the challenge. We need to all come together and recognize that this is a shared threat to the stability of our planet, the stability of our civilizations. And I'm reading this wonderful book right now called The Ministry for the Future by Kim Stanley Robinson. And there, the Paris Agreement, or I would say the UN, actually develops a ministry that is charged with speaking on behalf of future generations, both animal and human, and trying to inject that concern for the long-term impacts of what we're doing. This should be part of every decision we make. What will be the impacts just even 20 years from now? What will be the impact 30 years from now? 22nd century seems like a long way, but our grandchildren are going to be around in the 22nd century. We need to be planning for the future, and we need to be empowered to plan for the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Christina. Now, sadly, we are coming close to the end of our panel. I would like to give the floor again to each and every one of you, and thank you for being here. I would give you some 2 to 3 minutes for some closing arguments. I will start with you, Rear Admiral Ventura Soares.
Okay, thank you, Antonio. Well, I think globally speaking, we have to act in the people's minds and raise awareness about these issues. Well, some real changes and some questions, for instance, they should be raised to the youngers. For instance, do you want to get rid of your iPhones in order to eliminate extraction of rare earth minerals used in some parts of the cell phone, especially in protected areas like the Arctic? Could be a question, and is a very transversal question to the youngers in any continent. Another one, do you want to restrain your touristic flights in order to decrease significantly the carbon dioxide emissions and reduce ice melting in the Arctic and Antarctic? And another question, I think this kind of questions that should be placed in the different societies in order to have a global answer. Otherwise, even if there is some people that could they could be or not in government in some situation, but if there is only an elite to work on that, is not enough to have big changes in all the planet. So we need to reach all the citizens and all the Earths and all the people in order to have great changes. That's the message that I'd like to say here. Thank you.
Rear Admiral, we still have a little time. I would just like to take another question that came from our audience. Are you concerned about the militarization of the Arctic?
Well, I don't think so for the next years. I think the coastal states, the first intention is to occupy the areas of interest by knowledge. Otherwise, it puts some destroyers or submarines there to protect something that nobody's know really what's going on. That is not a good strategy. I think all the coastal states and even some other states, the idea on the first stage is to have a better knowledge, scientific knowledge, and know what's going on there about resources. And probably in the second decade of this century, maybe we can have some kind of military scenario, but I don't think this is not a problem for the next 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopeful words there. Jorge, I would go back to you now. I would like to ask you for any loose ends that you'd like to address.
Okay, thank you very much. It has been very interesting and pleasant. First of all, I'm 100% agreement with Admiral Ventura Soares in that the most important thing is to make the younger people aware of what's going on, because they are the ones who can create a wave of influence. They are really the influencers at the lowest level, but they are big influence. If they start worrying about what's going on, of course, it's difficult to make them believe that this is a serious problem. So it's going to take a lot of convincing. But to leave it on a positive note, I am a big believer in technology change by leaps and bounds, very strong changes in technology. And I'm saying this in particular in this framework because I was reading about this quantum computer that Google has developed, which, to give you an idea, I mean, it resolves some sort of a factoring problem in a few seconds that a regular computer take, it's at 10 years, I think it is. Maybe that's exaggerated. But the point that I'm trying to make is that the supercomputers, the reason there are supercomputers in the world is actually to predict the weather. It's extremely difficult. It's one of the great technical challenges, actually, is to have models that can predict the weather. And I'm somewhat hopeful that if we come to these quantum computers, that in fact we can have reliable predictions that will scare the pants off people, because that's the only way. So that's my hope for the future.
Thank you, Jorge. Going back to you, Christina, we are about to close our panel. What parting thoughts would you like to leave with our audience?
Well, I think we need to raise our eyes to the sky. We've made it to Mars, but we still have so much of our own ocean unexplored. So we need to raise our eyes to the sky as well as to the deepest depths. We need global cooperation and global institutions that are fit for purpose. In a changing ocean, we need the best available quantum computers, but we also need humans who are deciding in favor of people and the planet. That this is still very much within our control. As new technologies are developed, we need to understand their range of potential impacts. And before we unleash them, we need to understand whether they are going to actually do more harm than good. And I'm talking about some of the ideas for geoengineering. So I've been working on this new emerging treaty for marine areas beyond national jurisdiction to better conserve and sustainably use marine life beyond national boundaries. There's no time really to hesitate to wait for this to be finalized and to come into force. We need global communities working to implement this treaty to better protect the marine environment through networks of marine protected areas, through environmental impact assessments that actually require the application of best available and new scientific information so we can make informed decisions about the impacts and to stop, not go forward with a new technology if it can't be shown not to cause significant adverse impacts. And this applies to things like plastics. Can we get over our single-use economy, but also to our mineral use? Can we get over our single-use economy where we have throwaway cell phones, throwaway computers? How do we factor in the need to better utilize these materials? It's really, we have a finite planet, and we need to learn how to come together to better manage it together. So the High Seas Treaty, as Karen has said, would be really a top priority, but we also need better strategic use of minerals, metals, all resources on the planet. We need support for new science, for new innovation and technology, and to make sure that it is done in a way that is inclusive, sustainable, and really serves to support multilateral and regional cooperation and collaboration for the good of the planet. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Christina. Back to you, Karen. You have the next to last words. I hope that the ice around you melts soon so you can enjoy the Washington landscape better in the next few days. Go ahead.
Thank you, Antonio. So do I. It would be lovely to go out and walk without fear of slipping. I think from this conversation, and thank you so much to the Club of Lisbon for hosting us today. What's absolutely clear is, in addition to the need for youth to get involved and citizens around the world to get involved and use their voices, we really, there are three key issues here. We need the ocean and what is going on in the ocean to be elevated, to be recognized as a high political issue, because it is linked so closely to what is happening with the climate and with the biodiversity crises. We need diplomatic outreach at the highest levels to solve some of these issues, to begin to address them with political will, again, at the highest level. Heads of state, finance ministers, we need them engaged in these issues, and we need there to be high ambition to drive action forward. As I said at the beginning, at the height of the Cold War, Russia and the United States came together to declare Antarctica a place of peace and science, a World Heritage place for all of us. And now we're 60 years on. We need to learn from that lesson. We need to take it and expand it to other places in our planet that are so important to all of us. We have done it before. We need to do it again, and we need to do it quickly. So I am really hopeful that over the next 12 months, that will be possible. And we can only do that if we get everyone involved, everyone engaged, raising the alarm, raising our voices, but also raising our common concern about the future and making sure that together we create the future we want, rather than focusing on having to deal with all the problems we've generated. Let's focus forward on that future rather than building backwards into a past that is unsustainable and that we know that we can't continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. So I would like to thank you all again and thank the Lisbon Club for bringing us all together. I would like to thank you for your time and your commitment to this debate. I would also like to invite everyone to keep following this conference. And right next, we'll have an intervention by Ambassador Francisco Duarte Lopes. He's the permanent Portuguese representative with the United Nations. Thank you, everyone, and hopefully we'll see you again. Thank you.
prazer juntar-me a esta iniciativa do Clube de Lisboa e esta reflexão sobre o oceano. Um tema tão caro a Portugal, em função da nossa história e da nossa geografia, mas também um tema que tem vindo a ganhar cada vez mais notoriedade a nível global, é resultado da crescente constatação de que o oceano desempenha um papel insubstituível na preservação da saúde do planeta e no desenvolvimento sustentável dos povos que o habitam. O oceano constitui uma prioridade estratégica de Portugal em vários domínios e contextos, incluindo no plano multilateral e, em particular, nas Nações Unidas. É neste plano que me proponho focar hoje a minha intervenção. Antes de mais, é importante referir que a forma como o oceano foi sendo gerido e debatido no seio das Nações Unidas tem evoluído ao longo do tempo. Por essa razão, mas também por outras razões de natureza mais interna, relacionadas com a progressiva valorização do mar como prioridade estruturante, também a forma como Portugal vem promovendo essa prioridade estratégica nas Nações Unidas tem vindo a evoluir. Estas alterações têm essencialmente a ver com o modo como foi progredindo o conhecimento do oceano e o conhecimento da sua biodiversidade, como foi sendo compreendido o seu valor e o seu papel do ponto de vista económico, do ponto de vista climático e do ponto de vista ambiental. Um momento que marcou decisivamente o envolvimento das Nações Unidas na governação dos oceanos foi a terceira Conferência das Nações Unidas sobre o Direito do Mar, de 1973 a 1982, a qual resultou na adoção da Convenção das Nações Unidas sobre o Direito do Mar, a célebre UNCLOS. Esta convenção marca um ponto de viragem e constitui, de facto, o princípio do novo paradigma do envolvimento das Nações Unidas na governação dos oceanos, que é marcada, ou é muito marcada nesta primeira fase, pela lente da definição de jurisdições, da consagração de regras claras em matéria de liberdade de navegação e do acesso a recursos. Nesta fase, o papel das Nações Unidas é, assim, essencialmente um papel de árbitro entre as potências marítimas tradicionais, por um lado, mais preocupadas com o acesso e a exploração de recursos e com a salvaguarda da liberdade de navegação, e os novos Estados independentes, por outro lado, que olham para o oceano como uma forma de afirmar a sua soberania e assegurar a sua prosperidade económica, terrestres e através do acesso aos respectivos recursos. E é da tensão entre estes dois blocos de interesses que nasce o delicado equilíbrio que foi depois vertido nesta Convenção das Nações Unidas sobre o Direito do Mar. E que estabelece um modelo de governação que tem perdurado até aos dias de hoje, assumindo a ONU o papel de promotora e curadora deste quadro jurídico que muitas vezes apelidam de Constituição dos Oceanos. No entanto, este é um papel que cresce substancialmente ao longo das últimas décadas, incluindo em resposta à transformação na forma como o oceano e a sua biodiversidade são entendidos e são interpretados do ponto de vista económico e ambiental. Sendo talvez o Ano Internacional do Oceano, 1998, um dos capítulos dessa viragem. Se olharmos mais da perspectiva económica, passamos de uma visão em que a exploração do oceano assenta essencialmente na extração de recursos para algo muito mais complexo, compreendendo várias atividades económicas que exigem tipos de governação mais sofisticados, que vão além da mera limitação de fronteiras. Do ponto de vista ambiental, assistimos também a uma transformação no entendimento da importância e da fragilidade do oceano e dos recursos marinhos, e logo da necessidade de os proteger para as gerações presentes e para as gerações futuras. Esta transformação coincide com a evolução para um mundo multipolar e interdependente, bem como com a emergência do papel de atores não estatais, o que, entre outras consequências, contribui gradualmente para o crescimento da importância do pilar do desenvolvimento sustentável e um reajustamento do que se entendia como sendo o mandato das Nações Unidas nesta matéria, dos oceanos. E é desta conjugação de forças que resulta o início de uma transição que tem muito de singular e que vai acontecendo progressivamente. E ainda estamos em plena fase de transição. A ONU passa de uma mera facilitadora e curadora de uma ordem jurídica do oceano, ou seja, de garante de uma infraestrutura que ofereça funcionalidade, estabilidade e previsibilidade suficientes para que os Estados possam promover os usos do oceano num contexto de paz e de segurança, para uma promotora mais ativa de uma transformação na forma como o oceano é governado e na forma como o oceano e a sua biodiversidade são preservados em benefício do planeta e da humanidade. Esta é uma transformação que pode ser vista através de um conjunto de exemplos. Mas vou referir dois que merecem aqui especial atenção. O processo BBNJ e a adoção do Objetivo de Desenvolvimento Sustentável 14 da Agenda 2030. No que diz respeito ao primeiro destes exemplos, o processo BBNJ, que é a Conferência Intergovernamental para a elaboração de um tratado para a conservação e utilização sustentável da biodiversidade marinha em áreas para além da jurisdição nacional, é um processo emblemático por várias razões, mas em particular pelo facto de procurar introduzir no universo da UNCLOS, da Convenção das Nações Unidas do Direito do Mar, o conceito de conservação e utilização sustentável da biodiversidade marinha. Conceito que foi pouco desenvolvido na UNCLOS e que sendo a UNCLOS muito orientada para a gestão de recursos de pesca. Mas a BBNJ também é emblemático por se basear numa nova concepção de espaço marítimo. Já não tanto focada numa divisão estanque de jurisdições, mas antes informada pela ideia de espaços necessariamente interdependentes, em que o que acontece numa determinada jurisdição nacional, ou para além das jurisdições nacionais, produz impacto sobre outras jurisdições. E ainda por ser influenciado por uma perspectiva diferente quanto à forma como a exploração económica do oceano é feita, em que múltiplos usos e atividades coexistem. O segundo processo a registar é então o do ODS 14, que é o que conduziu à adoção pela Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, em 2015, da Agenda 2030 e, dentro dessa Agenda 2030, dos 17 Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, entre os quais o Objetivo de Desenvolvimento Sustentável 14, sobre oceanos, mares e recursos marinhos. Este processo representa um dos momentos mais importantes da transformação do mandato da ONU relativamente aos assuntos do oceano. E porquê? Porque, em primeiro lugar, registra universalmente o oceano enquanto património que é fundamental conservar, de modo a garantir a própria sobrevivência do planeta e da humanidade. Em segundo lugar, porque o oceano e os recursos marinhos são também tratados enquanto mecanismos de desenvolvimento. Ou seja, sublinha-se o seu papel enquanto elementos fundamentais para que os povos possam atingir o seu desenvolvimento sustentável nas três componentes clássicas: económica, social e ambiental. Em terceiro lugar, procura-se pela primeira vez identificar aquilo que precisamos de fazer em concreto para salvaguardar aqueles dois valores essenciais: a conservação e a utilização sustentável, ao estabelecer metas precisas e mensuráveis. incluídas dentro deste ODS 14, dentro deste Objetivo de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Mas também pela sua natureza abrangente, porque impõe que essas metas sejam prosseguidas não só pelos Estados-membros, mas por outros atores não estatais, empresas, organizações não governamentais, organizações filantrópicas, universidades, etc., devendo todos assim contribuir para esse esforço coletivo. E se é verdade que Portugal, no período pós-restauração da democracia, foi sobretudo um espectador naquela primeira fase do envolvimento das Nações Unidas na gestão do oceano, que resultou num close, nesta segunda fase temos sido bastante mais protagonistas e, na verdade, até um dos impulsionadores das transformações que têm acontecido e a que aludi agora mesmo. Desde logo porque, por razões geográficas, históricas, culturais, económicas, o oceano modela a nossa mundividência, a forma como nos relacionamos com os outros e nos inserimos no quadro das relações internacionais em geral, sendo assim um elemento fundamental e estruturante da nossa política externa. Depois porque, enquanto país marítimo, simultaneamente comprometido com uma ordem pública do oceano e um multilateralismo assente na primazia do direito internacional, Portugal está empenhado em garantir mecanismos mais eficazes de gestão regional e global dos desafios do oceano. E, por fim, porque a dimensão e a riqueza do espaço marítimo português, conjugadas com a noção de que os problemas do espaço oceânico estão estreitamente interrelacionados e devem ser considerados como um todo, torna fundamental que promovamos o reforço da governação do oceano e a ação concertada da comunidade internacional na resposta a estes desafios. Os desafios que, no fundo, enfrentamos coletivamente. É por estas razões que temos estado na linha da frente de iniciativas, no quadro das Nações Unidas, para aprofundar a governação do oceano, como é o caso do já referido processo BBNJ, para reforçar o conhecimento do oceano e da ciência que apoia a sua conservação e utilização sustentável, como é o caso da década da ciência oceânica e do World Ocean Assessment, mas também somos aqui em Nova Iorque, com as Fiji, coordenadores do Grupo dos Amigos do Oceano, que é um conjunto de países que procura avançar de forma mais célere e efetiva a agenda dos oceanos. E temos, e este é um ponto muito importante, liderado a iniciativa que procura conferir coerência e valor agregado aos esforços da ONU na área do oceano, que é a Conferência dos Oceanos das Nações Unidas. Depois de termos assumido a cofacilitação com Singapura das negociações da declaração política da primeira Conferência dos Oceanos das Nações Unidas, que aconteceu aqui em Nova Iorque em 2017, disponibilizámos-nos agora para organizar, em conjunto com o Quênia, a segunda edição da Conferência dos Oceanos das Nações Unidas. Conferência que, como muitos sabem, esteve agendada para ter lugar em Lisboa em junho de 2020, do ano passado, mas que devido à pandemia terá agora lugar, caso as condições sanitárias o permitam, em 2022. Ao assumir esta responsabilidade, Portugal não só dá expressão, no contexto multilateral, à prioridade estratégica que o oceano representa no quadro da nossa política externa, como procuramos aqui contribuir para que as Nações Unidas, de uma forma cada vez mais ativa, mais coordenada e mais coerente, deem continuidade ao seu trabalho de impulsionar uma ação coletiva que se possa traduzir num oceano mais saudável e mais resiliente e, logo, com maior capacidade para contribuir para o desenvolvimento sustentável de todos nós. Claro que este é um esforço que não termina com a segunda Conferência dos Oceanos das Nações Unidas, mas terá que continuar a ser alimentado e prosseguido no âmbito de outros processos igualmente fundamentais, na perspectiva de salvaguardar o futuro do oceano. como a aplicação do Acordo de Paris na área do clima, ou o quadro global para a biodiversidade pós-2020, entre outros processos. Para manter este esforço, Portugal, juntamente com o Quénia e com o enviado especial do Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas para o Oceano, o embaixador Peter Thompson, que encerrará amanhã esta conferência, iremos apoiar o Presidente da Assembleia Geral da ONU na organização de um evento de alto nível em junho deste ano, para manter a ambição e para manter mobilizada a comunidade internacional, incluindo a comunidade dos oceanos, na resposta aos desafios que se colocam ao mar e aos oceanos. Este evento, no verão deste ano, em Nova Iorque, constituirá uma oportunidade para que todos os países, as organizações internacionais e a sociedade civil possam conhecer pontos de situação sobre como estão a ser aplicadas essas várias metas do Objetivo de Desenvolvimento Sustentável 14. Mas também pontos de situação sobre a década da ciência oceânica para o desenvolvimento sustentável, sobre a Conferência Intergovernamental da BNJ e sobre outros processos internacionais relacionados com a preservação e o uso sustentável dos oceanos. Mas é claro que todo este esforço no plano multilateral, máximo aqui no âmbito das Nações Unidas, é reflexo e deseja-se até que seja também um estímulo de um cada vez maior interesse e maior envolvimento nos temas marítimos dos atores económicos nacionais, das universidades portuguesas e dos nossos polos de inovação que nos permitam, aos poucos, mas de uma forma segura, ocupar um espaço cada vez mais decisivo na chamada, com muita propriedade, economia azul. E termino agradecendo mais uma vez esta oportunidade, saudando esta iniciativa e desejando a continuação deste produtivo debate sobre este tema tão importante como são os oceanos. Muito obrigado.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this session of the International Conference Ocean That Belongs to All, organized by Clube de Lisboa. I'm Ricardo Alexandre, TSF Radio News journalist. I'm going to moderate this panel with the Portuguese National Defense Minister João Gomes Cravinho, Leonard Ball, Head of Security Protection and Surveillance Department of the European Maritime Safety Agency, the EMSA, Caitlin Meredith, Program Coordinator on Maritime Crime at the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and Timothy Walker, Maritime Project Leader and Senior Researcher at the Institute for Security Studies in Pretoria, South Africa. I salute you all and thank everyone for your presence. There is simultaneous translation for the audience available only at the conference link on Zoom, but you can direct your questions to the panelists both on Zoom and on YouTube. The name of this panel is on unsafe waters. We know that there have been changes to the security context in the Atlantic. I begin by asking the Minister of National Defense, João Gomes Cravinho, what diagnosis can be made? How do you read these new challenges coming from the Atlantic?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon to my co-panelists, Leonard Ball and Caitlin Meredith, Timothy Walker. Good afternoon, Ricardo Alexandre. Good afternoon to all who are in the public. A few words then about the new security context of the Atlantic. And I'm afraid they are not going to be very optimistic words. We have, of course, the Atlantic as one of the most important economic regions of the planet, and this has consequences. All of the world's major economies are present in the Atlantic. The main military players are also present, and they're increasingly present. There are important energy reserves. We have a very high intensity of maritime traffic and a very high intensity of underwater sea lines of communication. From a Portuguese perspective, there are two other aspects that are of major strategic relevance. The Atlantic is home to NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and of course, it's also home to various of our Portuguese-speaking countries, Brazil, Angola, Cape Verde, Guinea-Bissau, São Tomé, and so we have also an important community there. And this means that on our side, we are certainly highly committed to any mechanisms that can improve forms of safeguarding the global commons that we all benefit for. Now, what's changing in the Atlantic? Firstly, we have the return of significant geopolitical competition. The Atlantic has been very quiet. It has been a very stable region in the past few decades due to a reduced level of strategic rivalry, especially in the North Atlantic, where Europeans and North Americans have been allies in NATO. 20 years or so ago, beginning of the century, the emergence of the BRICS began to change the cooperative dynamics. Two of the BRICS, of course, are South Atlantic powers, Brazil and South Africa. But above all, the tremendous emergence of China as a commercial power has introduced very significant changes. China's increasing presence in Latin America and in Africa implies an increasing presence in the Atlantic. And then we have also, of course, the melting of the Arctic and the illegal occupation of Crimea, both of which have given Russia new and easier routes of access to the Atlantic. At the same time, we have changing global geopolitical patterns with increased competition. And so what this means is that the Atlantic is likely to be one of the regions that is increasingly contested geopolitically. So the strategic lines of communication, be they commercial ones or underwater lines, will be increasingly challenged. Russia's military investments suggest strongly that it aims to have a more assertive military presence in the Atlantic. We also know that Russia has a predisposition or preference for asymmetric means, which also has impacts. And China is, of course, building what will become at some point, in a not too distant future, the world's largest navy. So, and of course, the Atlantic is part of the planning for use of that navy. If we add to this context unresolved tensions between NATO allies, what we have is an intensification of negative tendencies for the Atlantic. And so that means at the outset that it is particularly important to have a renewal of the transatlantic dialogue at the same time as we have progress in terms of European strategic autonomy. There is at least two other aspects attached to increased competition for resources. One is an intensification of the claims about the areas of responsibility of coastal states, about their continental shelves, which can trigger frontier disputes. Another aspect relates to illegal exploitation of resources belonging to states that don't have the capacity to police and to protect their own waters. Piracy, we'll probably discuss this more further, is one of the biggest threats to the commercial flows, of course, and the Gulf of Guinea has become by far the major worldwide focus of piracy, with 95% of attacks in 2020 worldwide taking place in the Gulf of Guinea. And just a few years ago, the Gulf of Guinea represented less than half of worldwide attacks. Last year, 2020, about 130 sailors were kidnapped, compared to 39 in 2019 in the Gulf of Guinea. So what we should be worried about is not only each one of these dynamics, but also the convergence between these different dynamics. For example, the convergence between drug trafficking, which involves South America as a producer, Africa as a staging post, Europe and North America as consumer markets, on the one hand, and on the other hand, the financing of terrorism in the Sahel. And of course, these dynamics involving drug trafficking are extremely corrosive of state structures, with the risk of state capture by organized crime. Only complex responses, of course, are capable of being effective responses, which involve both control of the markets of illicit goods and supply and demand, as well as repression capacity to repress the trade itself at sea. All of these dynamics have a negative impact upon the peace and stability of Atlantic societies, and therefore upon the ocean itself. And just like piracy, these dynamics are facilitated by a lack of common situational awareness and by insufficient means for dissuasion and deterrence. So by identifying those problems, lack of common situational awareness and insufficient means for dissuasion and deterrence, of course, we are also identifying solutions, means of compensating for the increasing problems. So we have a growing requirement for concerted Atlantic-wide action, in which the military dimension will have to be present, but also there will have to be a greater political understanding of the negative externalities that affect the whole Atlantic region. And I would say a greater shared political understanding. A few words just on climate change and pollution, other factors of negative dynamics. The melting of the Arctic region has significant geopolitical and strategic impact because of the identification of new resources, the development of new access routes, and also the rise of sea levels for coastal states. We have a greater impact of extreme weather events, which again strongly impacts coastal communities. On the positive side, developments in space technology can help us to monitor and forecast and to develop appropriate humanitarian responses. But of course, these are responses to something negative that is already happening. Pollution, unsustainability of natural resources also affects the subsistence of communities. The so-called blue economy, which is one of the most hopeful possibilities for the world, requires much greater coordination, much greater control in the use of sea resources, and it requires better mechanisms for imposing respect for state sovereignty of coastal communities. So we have a wide set of dynamics that are all converging, all happening simultaneously, and all pointing to an increased geopolitical centrality of the Atlantic and increasingly a contestation of the Atlantic. So the peace and quiet of the last few decades, unfortunately, I suspect will not continue in the next few decades. I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Ricardo, you're muted.
Sorry. Thank you very much for your intervention. I will come back to you later on. I would like to ask the other panelists if someone wants to add a comment on this intervention. Leonard?
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you very much, first of all, of having me in the panel, and also good afternoon to my panelists. If I may, I have a remark or a question to the Minister. I enjoyed very much his introduction. He mentioned the Gulf of Guinea and the issue of piracy. As you can imagine, the EU ship owners, they are struggling a lot with this security threat in the Gulf of Guinea. It's very problematic. He rightly also mentioned the growing number of hijackings of crew in this region. I know that, of course, at the moment, and that is always a great adventure, Portugal has the presidency of the European Union. At the moment, there's a discussion on the coordinated maritime presence, which is a kind of new security concept. I think Portugal is chairing the pilot for the Gulf of Guinea. And I think it would be very interesting, and I think it would also be hope, not only negative, but also hope. And for that, I wish also the Minister a lot of luck during his presidency to make something out of it, because I think there are really big needs in improving security in this region. And I hope that we can find an umbrella by which the European Union can increase its presence in this region, where also from our side, European Maritime Safety Agency, we are very much willing to contribute to the success of this new pilot. So I don't know if the Minister can say some words on this new initiative, because that would be of high interest. Thank you very much.
We will come back to the issue of Gulf of Guinea and the priorities of the Portuguese presidency regarding the maritime safety and sea issues. But let me move on to the first presentations of the other panelists, and I will start with you, Leonard. The first word that comes to my mind when I think about the Mediterranean at this point is tragedy, but it could be hope if European countries agreed on a common policy to tackle this common tragedy. Fortunately, as far as I read today, 77 asylum seekers were adrift on board in a boat in Malta's search and rescue region have been rescued and taken to Lampedusa. An NGO called Alarm Phone announced it on Twitter that all individuals on board arrived in good health, including a newborn baby was among the group. These happy end stories are not so common in the Mediterranean, as we all know. I would ask you to tell us a bit about the most pressing and current security challenges in the Mediterranean. The floor is yours for the next 5 minutes or so.
Thank you very much. And indeed, you immediately mentioned one of them. I prepared a few slides just to illustrate the threats that I want to shortly introduce. So I hope that the organizers can show it. Yes. So if you go to the next slide, you will see it's a bit of an overview of the threats that we see in the Mediterranean Sea. So please, can you turn to the next slide? Yes, this is the one. Typically, and of course this is not exhaustive, human trafficking is an important issue, a security challenge. Narcotics trafficking from different sides, also tobacco smuggling. Arms trafficking in the Mediterranean Sea is also a big issue. So unfortunately, this tragedy also has a bit of a dark side, which I want to shortly illustrate with a couple of slides. Indeed, it's a big area. It's a semi-enclosed sea, so it's also vulnerable. I took security a bit in a narrow approach, but of course, also the minister mentioned pollution, and certainly also pollution in the Mediterranean Sea is an important issue. And as the sea water is not refreshed at the same rate as, for example, in the Atlantic, also the environmental impact is even bigger in the Mediterranean than in big oceans. And also there, of course, we have a criminal side to pollution, tank washing, but also waste dumping, even waste dumping for money, which also happens in the Mediterranean. But let me just have a quick word on some of those threats. So if I may go to my next slide, please. I will start indeed with human trafficking, irregular migration, as just illustrated by our host and moderator. It's a big issue. So here you see the reported trafficking victims, but of course the number of people trying to move into the European Union are much higher and much bigger. Unfortunately, there is a business model behind. There are people that make money out of trying to bring people across the Mediterranean Sea, whether successful or not. And that is rather shameful, because also a lot of accidents happened, also fatal accidents. So this is unfortunately one of the big strategies of the last years, where of course in 2014-15 it was at its heights, but still even today, as just illustrated, there is still the problem of irregular migration, which is also linked to criminal activity, as people make money out of bringing people into the European Union. If I go to another type of threat that we have, maybe a bit less known, is tobacco smuggling, certainly also from the East Med. Sometimes it's seen as a kind of easy way to make money. Risks are a bit lower than with other illegal activities, and money made by smuggling tobacco is then again sometimes reinvested in other activities, for example, in buying and selling arms, also in the region. Also here, sometimes as an agency, you just see a picture below, we also give support to enforcement bodies that try to undermine and intercept these type of illegal business transportations in the Mediterranean Sea. And it looks rather innocent. Maybe a lot of people stopped smoking, and I hope you all did. But it is a big problem, and we are talking about quite a big number of cigarettes that are being smuggled into the EU. Of course, more dangerous than cigarettes, that's on my next slide, are narcotics. Here you see, for example, interception of a vessel that was carrying cannabis, which was intercepted by the French customs, and then tried to escape from showing evidence. They put the ship on fire. But it's a big issue. Unfortunately, Europe is a big consumer market of all types of narcotics, and there are big profit margins. So a lot of people also in the North African side, they try to smuggle narcotics into the EU. Some of those narcotics are coming from South America via West Africa to the EU. So there are different routes being used to bring in narcotics into the EU, which also a lot happens in the Mediterranean. We have some typical hotspots. For example, the border area between Morocco and Algiers is a well-known departure area for fast speedboats that bring narcotics into the European Union, and there are more places like that. So there's also one of the threats that there are, and of course, as Europe may be going into an economic depression, but unfortunately still spends a lot of money on narcotics, it remains a problem. You see some figures here illustrated by our sister agency here in Lisbon, MAOC-N, who deals with the interception of narcotic transportation. Going more to states and tensions there, I think we are on the right track. Also in the past, there have been quite some quarrels between coastal states in the Mediterranean Sea regarding their EEZs. For a long time, there was a problem between Croatia and Slovenia, for example, in the Adriatic Sea. Fortunately, this has been solved by an arbitration case. But also around Italy, Malta, Tunisia, Libya, sometimes there are still issues. And again, when oil and gas is being found, or there's a prospect of finding oil and gas, also those tensions are being raised again. For example, as you may recall from the news not that long ago, there was this Turkish exploration ship coming close to Cyprus. It also created a lot of tensions and also put a lot of tension on NATO, where even also Greek Navy ships were also in the vicinity of that exploration ship. Of course, having states in turmoil also does not help. Still, we have the conflict in Libya ongoing. We have the war in Syria. Those type of conflicts, again, also generate arms trafficking. And also the Mediterranean Sea are also used for arms trafficking, even into the Black Sea, to the Crimea area. So there are still also from, let's say, state security problems, states in turmoil or states that are not stable. There are security threats also in the Mediterranean Sea. And on top of that, as I already mentioned, we have also the environmental issues that I mentioned shortly. That's also an issue. So unfortunately, the treasure that Ricardo referred to is still very beautiful. But with this dark side, I think you have a pretty good indication of what kind of threats we have in the Mediterranean Sea. So I would like to keep it to that in my first intervention. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Leonard. Now let's move east, far east. Caitlin Meredith, I think your first intervention will focus on the Malacca Strait. So, please.
All right, I hope you can all see my screen now, and thank you very much for the introduction, Minister and co-panelists. I'm very happy to be here with you, and we'll be focusing on what's happening in Southeast Asia, in that region, and focusing specifically on the ASEAN region. By its very nature and geography, it is a maritime region. 9 out of the 10 ASEAN states are coastal states, and 2 of them are archipelagic states, with Indonesia has over 17,000 islands and Philippines over 7,000. So you can imagine the task of ensuring maritime law enforcement. A very significant percentage of the big population in Southeast Asia is a coastal population, and they have historical and economic ties to the sea. ASEAN states are relatively rich compared to many other regions in the world. There are no low-income countries in ASEAN, and that affects their ability to respond to some of the crimes. However, like many regions in the world, the prosperity is not evenly felt, and it is particularly coastal communities that are disproportionately poor compared to capital regions. The blue economy is very important in the region, specifically issues of fishing, tourism, and shipping. And the maritime spaces are typically very busy with vessels, which again can cause a challenge to maritime law enforcement. Most states in the region do have a fairly professional and well-equipped maritime law enforcement capacity. And there are a number of existing multilateral or cooperation mechanisms in the region, first and foremost ASEAN, but also more operational centers such as the Maritime Information Fusion Center with dedicated liaison officers, and RECAP that focuses specifically on the issue of piracy. I'll therefore just go to the next slide, which looks a bit more specifically at the Malacca Strait, as well as some of the successes that have been found in the responses. So the Malacca and Singapore Strait is one of the key shipping routes globally. It links the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean together, and is a key transportation hub for oil transported from the Middle East to Asia, as well as supporting all of the big producers in that part of the world. It is a natural choke point geographically, and is also lined with a number of inlets and islands, and makes it very easy to hide and escape. For that reason, it's for decades and decades been a really hot spot for piracy. In response, there have been some good initiatives. The coastal states, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia, supported also by Thailand in 2004, set up a Malacca Straits patrol. And this provides for coordinated maritime patrols as well as air patrols, as well as information exchange. So here you can see some of the differences from what the minister was describing, the lack of common situational awareness and means for dissuasion. It's a little bit different here in the Malacca Straits. There have been a few spikes of piracy since they've set up this initiative, particularly in 2014 and 15. There were some highly violent attacks against oil tankers where oil was siphoned, but typically the numbers decreased in the sort of 2016 to 18, and then there has been a gradual increase over the last few years. However, the attacks are relatively crimes of opportunity, small groups of men, non-violent attacks, usually for engine parts or cargo or personal property. So it hasn't been a main threat in the region. However, I wanted to just quickly contrast that to the piracy that's happening in the Sulu and Celebes Sea, which is a tri-border area between Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. And this region has been plagued with insecurity at the hands of a terrorist organization, Abu Sayyaf, who has been using kidnap for ransom as a way of generating funds for its operations. These are highly organized initiatives, typically also including criminal organizations that might help with the kidnappings. Between 2014 and 2020, there were 30 vessels that were attacked and persons kidnapped for ransom. The organization Stable Seas thinks that over $14 million was generated through ransom payments for this organization. Again, there have been some fairly good responses in the region. There has been a trilateral cooperation agreement set up between the 3 coastal states, and this is in spite of existing contested maritime boundaries between Philippines and Malaysia in that region. So the cooperation typically is complicated in that sort of situation. They've also established protected transit corridors and have taken some innovations such as tagging smaller vessels that don't need to use AIS so that users of the sea and maritime law enforcers can identify ships or smaller vessels if they happen to be out of place or suspicious. I'll end my initial presentation here. I'd be happy to contribute a bit more on the drugs trafficking phenomenon in the region also, but I'll hand the floor back now. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Now let's move to the Indian Ocean and Timothy Walker. When we speak about the coast of Mozambique at this point, we cannot ignore the fact that the Mozambican state is not in full control of the important, significant areas of that coast and of the inland territory. Is this an important factor to be analyzed when we look at that region?
It really is. When you look at the history of what we might call maritime trade and control in that part of the world, there's never been a lot of what we might call state control over particular areas, but the fact that a coastline is effectively being lost to a group or an organization which is not just hostile to states surrounding the region, but is prepared to even at times integrate very limited maritime tactics into its attacks, does raise some really serious questions about the potential safety and security of gas developments in the future, but also of shipping through the Mozambique Channel. And that's something which actually has been a major focus of South African policy. From my angle here, we are based in Pretoria, an inland city, but it's always very useful to sometimes look at the maritime problems from inland when you realize how vulnerable we are to disruptions to trade, if it's in oil or if it's in energy, other energy sources like liquid natural gas. and particularly if it's in terms of merchant shipping and trade and cargo, without safe and secure, dependable shipping and the smooth functioning of ports, that would be very difficult to sustain viable societies quite far inland. And it's very prevalent in the Mozambique Channel. The major ports there, such as Beira, are critical linkages to the landlocked states in Southern Africa as well. So when we look at the map and we, for instance, I will just bring up a slide to help illustrate the point. Oh, sorry, bear with me. Sure. Just so you can get a full view of what we need to be considering here. If you look at the Mozambique Channel, like say Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and obviously many of the large cities and ports, cities and towns within the region are linked to these port cities in Mozambique, and a huge amount of traffic of relative importance in the sense of that, while maybe not a huge amount in total volume, the fact that these ports are critical to the sustainability of inland ports, inland cities in Southern Africa, is often overlooked. I'm sure many of you have heard or used often the concept of sea blindness, this kind of paradoxical ambivalence towards the prioritization of maritime security, of trying to prevent threats from escalating or from managing them or trying to preempt them at an early stage. Southern Africa, particularly the Indian Ocean, Southwest Indian Ocean, there's no shortage of what you might call regionalism. There's a proliferation of multilateral organizations. To name some, the Indian Ocean Rim Association. There is the regional communities of the African continent as well, such as East African Community or the Southern African Development Community, which I'll touch upon there just now, and some which involve what many states in the region consider external states, such as France. Here in particular, the Indian Ocean Commission, the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, which involves many states beyond the ones I've just mentioned. The Contact Group for Piracy off the coast of Somalia. There's been a very rich web of interactions between the member states or states which have major interests in safe and secure shipping being uninterrupted in this part of the world. But African states, African involvement, African participation is actually quite minimal. And it's often very hard to explain, like I say, given that the national interest of many states is that there can be as little disruption, especially in a time of COVID, when the vulnerability and the fragility of so many economies has been illustrated. A useful thing to just look at the map on the left is the very small number of islands in the Mozambique Channel. This creates what you might call a very complex maritime political geography. The disputes, and in Lennart's presentation illustrating 3 border disputes or disputes over sovereignty, over resources. Many of these issues lay dormant in this part of the world, but as time goes on, as the value of resources in the sea, if we frame them in terms of the blue economy, as the minister mentioned as well, if those become more feasible and more viable, but more needed as well, then you will start to see maybe some disputes over sovereignty, ownership, or sharing. These multilateral forums that I've mentioned are ideal setups. Some of them obviously very dedicated to one particular topic, be it the fight against piracy, particularly around 10 years ago. But unfortunately, they're not still well established enough, I think, to bring on the kind of the dependable expectations of security, of trade, of community, which we saw in the previous presentation from Caitlin around ASEAN. There is, and this is the final thing I'll just say for now, because I think just to leave a little bit and then get back to some of the topics we can discuss in the questions. The Southern African Development Community on March the 3rd is going to have a meeting of its Standing Maritime Committee. Now this is a subcommittee of its main security organ, So it's not a meeting of the heads of state, which would normally have occurred with the what we call the Troika, which in this case would be South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Botswana. Mozambique is actually chairing SADC at the moment. But SADC has not necessarily escalated the maritime insecurity which the loss of control over parts of the coastline is causing, and the concern particularly around gas development. But this other committee, when it meets, is going to discuss an integrated maritime security strategy, a revision of its prior approaches. And this is hoped that it will break some of this inertia and become a platform. You might have also seen in recent days the UNODC has spoken around the center in Maputo, which will be established and invigorated to help coordinate the fight against drug trafficking in the area as well. Now, these are all dovetailing with each other, but unfortunately, well, they're intended to dovetail with each other, but for the moment, they're still in silos. And that's, I think, the big problem facing this part of the Indian Ocean and going forward as well, is increasing coordination and cooperation between not just member states, but bringing into the conversation gas companies, as brought up the map there on the right, but also the South African Navy as a crucial actor as well, because it actually has been patrolling there for the last 10 years. On the map on the left, we highlighted Pemba with a small star. The South African Navy has mostly been patrolling around that part of the channel, originally to fight piracy and prevent it spreading south, but it is the potential as well to be involved in maritime security operations. And I think it's a very useful platform for further discussion. And with that, I'd like to hand back to you, Chair, and I look forward to the discussion to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Let's get back to Minister Cravinho and the Gulf of Guinea, considered presently the most dangerous maritime area in the world, taking into account the exponential growth of attacks in the region. And two of the first questions that have already come through the chat are related to that region. Fernando Gomes writes, taking into account the new geopolitical centrality of the Atlantic, are the Portuguese armed forces, namely the Navy and the Air Force, ready to take the challenge? And then Pedro Gonçalves, the coordinated maritime presences project could strengthen maritime policing in the Gulf of Guinea and South Atlantic. Portugal will be prepared as a great promoter of the project to maintain a constant presence in the area. And what feedback are you getting from other European countries about the initiative?
Great. Well, thank you very much. And let me start by saying that I very much enjoyed the presentation of the other three panelists, all of whom point to, on the one hand, an increased level of conflictuality in the oceans, but on the other hand, and contestedness and the appearance of new challenges, but on the other hand, also pre-existing institutional infrastructures, which have not been very active lately, but should need to be re-energized in order to focus on the current challenges. So that is, it's better than starting from nothing. So that's a positive aspect that I think should be underlined, because these pre-existing institutional setups, presumably, I know a little bit about some of them, but less about others, but have been not very operational because of certain levels of disputes, rivalries, and so on, which happens. But I think that current circumstances lead us to think that circumstances are better for them to be more operational. So that's the positive side. And I'd like to say a few words then, as requested, on Gulf of Guinea and coordinated maritime presences. Firstly, and to respond to the question about the Portuguese Navy, we are significantly increasing our naval capacity under our national military programming law. because of this recognition of the importance of the growing importance of the Atlantic and growing contestedness. We have currently a vessel which is permanently stationed in São Tomé and Príncipe, and it is quite regularly called out to help combat piracy. At least twice, if not 3 times this year, this has happened. And I think its simple presence in the region has helped to deter attacks, at least in that specific neighborhood. We have we have also the tradition of sending vessels down twice a year, once each semester, down the coast, visiting ports, establishing relations with other navies, and helping to safeguard the security of that region. And this will now change a little bit with the coordinated maritime presences. Coordinated maritime presences, for those who are not familiar with this new concept, involves simply taking the national maritime presences of European member states in the region of the Gulf of Guinea. We're starting with a pilot project in the Gulf of Guinea, and to coordinate them. In other words, to coordinate the calendars when they go there. Currently, each navy establishes its calendar according to its own criteria without reference to others. So the calendarization of shipping in the naval patrols in the region will be established so that we have, as far as possible, a permanent presence. Secondly, each ship that is in the region then passes on situational information to the next ship coming into the region, so that you will have a shared and growing body of information that is shared amongst the ships of the European Union member states. And if we are successful in this, we will have, on the one hand, a more or less permanent presence in the region, which should be significant in terms of deterrence, and we should have also a much greater understanding of the level of illicit activities in the region. If we are successful, then we can take the same experiment to other parts of the world. I would also add that it is a very significant contribution to giving the European Union a maritime dimension to its defense identity. The defense identity of the European Union has been lacking a maritime dimension. So we will be contributing to this, of course, with our ships that go there regularly in any case, and we will be teaming up with the ships of France, Spain, Italy, other navies that go there. Of course, in the European Union, this is understood in a more immediate sense by the countries that have a coastline and a naval tradition. But there, I would say that there is a growing awareness in the European Union of the need for us to be investing in maritime security. Put it another way, there's a growing understanding that maritime security is increasingly under pressure, and do we need to make a contribution to stabilization of maritime regions. So those are the comments I wanted to make on the coordinated maritime presences. I would also like to take this opportunity to add another aspect that we are working on, which is the creation of an Atlantic Center. Atlantic Center designed, this is the name that we've called it, designed to bring together the countries of the Atlantic, and there are about 60 of them, at 3 levels. At the level of political dialogue, this is non-existent. There is no instance in which, no institutional framework in which countries of the Atlantic come together. We are obviously thinking about the 4 quarters of the Atlantic, the north and the south, and the east and the west. Again, this is innovative because the focus is on our side, European side, has been on the North Atlantic, but increasingly there is an understanding that it just makes no sense to be dividing up the Atlantic. The Atlantic needs to be understood as a full region. and as a region as a whole. So one level is political dialogue. A second level, the level of think tanks, helping us to identify trends, problems, challenges that we need to be focusing on. And the third level, which is a capacity building, particularly focused on countries of the African coastline that have difficulty in patrolling their waters and maintaining safety and stability in their own waters. If we are successful with this Atlantic Center, and I've had very good feedback from many of my counterparts that I've been speaking with, including, for example, the South African defense minister, with whom I had a very interesting video conference just a few weeks ago, and a manifestation of interest in participating in this. If we are successful in this, then I think we can be creating something that is of relevance for the wider Atlantic community, and that we can begin to think of ourselves as an Atlantic community, something that has been somewhat absent from our strategic thinking.
Minister, is there a schedule for that Atlantic Center?
We've actually already held. We have held. Of course, unfortunately, COVID has slowed us down. Otherwise, we would be up and running. But we have held two seminars at the level of people who think about the Atlantic, and that has been very useful in terms of shaping our initiative. So they're really foundational seminars where we brought together people from 15, 17 different countries to help us think through the concept. And we want to start in May with the first capacity building course, and with the signature of a memorandum of understanding between a dozen or so of the founding member states. We would like to widen the participation as much as possible, but you have to start with those who are most committed at an early stage. So we expect to have a memorandum of understanding signed by a dozen or so. So in this first semester, with the first capacity building course already in this first semester.
Very well. International cooperation proves to be fundamental when it comes to maritime security and freedom of navigation. Leonard, which EU bodies are working on this, and what kind of support, for instance, does EMSA offers for the Mediterranean Sea?
Thank you very much for the question. If I again can just show very few slides to illustrate that point. So if we go immediately to the next slide, then actually in the European Union we have a more horizontal policy, which is called the European Union Maritime Security Strategy. The European Maritime Security Strategy, as you can see, okay, there's too much text for you to read maybe, but it highlights exactly the issues that I think have been raised by all the panelists together. So there's a very horizontal approach, which is, let's say, good and bad at the same time. It is good because it recognizes all types of security threats that we have. And it also gives a good focus also where the organizations in the EU should cooperate. But it does not have a very specific regional focus. So also you cannot find anything specific for the Mediterranean Sea or for the Indian Ocean or for whatever reason. So it is good and bad, but it helps us to identify the issues in the maritime domain. And I think that is important. And of course, I am extremely biased, but I'm very happy if I hear the minister say that he wants to boost the maritime dimension and the maritime identity of the European Union. Because indeed, that is lacking. There, I think we can do much more with what we already have today, which was also mentioned. So if I go to my next slide, then you can see that a number of EU-based agencies are working also in the Mediterranean Sea to tackle the issues that I have illustrated in my first intervention. FK, our colleagues in Vigo, they are concentrating on fisheries monitoring. Then we have the military operation EUNAVFOR IRINI, as it's called now, to deal with regular migration. We have our colleagues from Frontex that deal with border control. Europol, police cooperation, certainly also cross-border crime. And then Mark N, which is intergovernmental cooperation between a number of EU countries looking at interception of drug transports towards the EU. They all those governmental organizations need to understand what is happening at sea. And there is where our agency is stepping in. So we provide a maritime picture or situational awareness. There are a number of fancy words of expressing it. What is happening at sea? Where are the ships? Where is the human activity? And for that, we are collecting a lot of information and distributing that to all those that have an interest from a governmental perspective to see what is happening at sea worldwide. If I go to my next slide, then this is, of course, as my theme today was the Mediterranean Sea. You see an illustration of the Mediterranean Sea where, let's say, those big stripes are the satellite images that we take from the whole region. And all those small dots in blue and yellow and black, they are different data sources from which we collect ship positions. And all that data we are redistributing to our colleagues in other fields of operation. So you don't necessarily have to work in maritime to get our data, but also if you work in fisheries or in defense or in customs or in law enforcement, then you will be able to get this information from us, which is helpful because you don't duplicate efforts in that field. At the moment, we are, for example, collecting 35 million individual ship positions per day using AIS, VMS, and LRIT, for example. So, and that we all fuse in the maritime picture, which is always the foundation to any action at sea which is possible, because you need to have eyes to understand where you need to put your effort from whatever perspective. If I go to my next slide, and I will keep it short, just to illustrate a bit what we do based on satellite images, complementing our vessel positions. Last year, we have delivered to EU governments 15,000 satellite images, of which 4,000 were taken over the Mediterranean Sea. And here you see a bit the variation. So the blue, which is the biggest part, is our Clean Sea Net service, which is for pollution detection, which we also do at the Atlantic, by the way. The pink ones are specific requests for border control, mainly for Frontex, just to see where irregular migration is happening. And then in green, that is the Copernicus Maritime Surveillance Service that we are offering, can be for any law enforcement activity from different organizations. So here again, you see the kind of combination of a lot of information that is shared amongst authorities. And if you may skip the next slide and go to the last, that's why I was stepping a bit outside of my Mediterranean Sea for a moment. This is, for example, what we have been doing in the Gulf of Guinea over the last 2-3 years. Also providing information, for example, to the Portuguese Navy that has been operating there from time to time, to the Italian, French Navy, also to UNODC when they do training activities in the region. So there we try to use the capabilities that we have built worldwide to help those organizations that try to make a difference in this very difficult region, also in the Mediterranean. So that's why I was also interested, and I apologize for my very first question to the minister. But of course, we are very keen to help out wherever we can with the capabilities that we have for the EU interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caitlin, of course, we have been talking about attacks and piracy and violence and the way to the international cooperation to tackle with these issues. But as this conference focuses on oceans and as well on climate action, let me ask you if there are in the ASEAN region, if there are increased challenges for maritime law enforcement given the threats of climate change. If climate change is playing an important role in the challenges for maritime enforcement.
Thank you so much. And I'd also just like to briefly comment on what the minister said about the coordinated maritime presence. As UNODC, we're not a naval force, but we are actively working alongside such initiatives in the Gulf of Guinea, supporting actually the legislation that would eventually allow for piracy suspects to be prosecuted, which is a key element that's been lacking in the Gulf of Guinea region. And one that, well, there were some creative results in East Africa when the piracy challenge was there. And also thank you to both the Portuguese Navy and EMSA, because we do have great cooperation in the Gulf of Guinea, including cooperation, as was mentioned, on maritime exercises, which are great for capacity building within partner nations in the region. But on the question of climate change, it's actually a new issue that we've been looking at, and we carried out some research specifically with Pacific Island nations, but I think it would be relevant more globally also. And this is to ask the question, what would the effects on law enforcement be given the potential of climate change? So climate change, it might cause erosion, changes of coastlines, it might change the biodiversity in the oceans, and it also might mean that there are new regulations that are going to be set up, protecting more maritime zones or having more regulations related to pollution at sea, for example. Our research found that this would probably have quite an increase on what we might term broadly as blue crimes, crimes at sea. There'll be more economic impacts on coastal populations, affecting tourism and fishing. There'll be perhaps food security issues related to coastal populations. There may be emerging maritime border disputes as coastlines change, maybe increased migration pressures. So a lot of sort of new drivers that maritime law enforcers will have to deal with. The conclusion of our investigation into this issue posits that climate change will likely cause more work and harder conditions for maritime law enforcers. It might affect directly their assets, their buildings, their docks, electricity, basic things like that might be washed away at low coastlines. It might also affect their operational capacity if depths change, if vessels are not able to get into certain areas, shallower waters, and they will have more work to do if there is more regulation or enforcement of crimes being committed at sea. In addition, it was mentioned before, with severe weather patterns, there might be more work for maritime law enforcers to be carrying out search and rescue and related operations. So this is, as I said, it's not our primary area of work, but as we are, our mandate is to support our member states to be prepared to combat maritime crime. This is something that we'll increasingly be focusing on in our work.
Moreover, because the social impact of climate change can also help or foster the mobilization of local communities to piracy.
Yes, or other forms of crime, ways to make money that might emerge depending on the region or what other crime trends might be present in the region. Certainly,
it's a good point to turn to the coast of Mozambique again, and Tim. Pedro Gonçalves is asking is it possible that the armed groups that are operating in Cabo Delgado may be receiving support, fighters, weapons by sea?
It's very probable that they are, or if they are not yet in any substantial way, that it is a potential route or means to actually be exploited in the future. The routes which dhows and transshipment, and all sorts of untrackable. I think back to what we just saw from the EMSA sort of pictures that Lennart was showing. So much of the traffic, is not going to carry a lot of AIS or LRIT or is trackable in many respects as well. And there's not a lot of eyes or, as we heard as well, maritime domain awareness, which is often able to inform what the deployment of very limited naval assets. So even if, we can pick up a lot of suspicious traffic, sometimes it's just very hard to actually deploy or intercept these kind of operations. And it always brings me back to a point of thinking that because if you take the example of the question raised of what's happening in Mozambique, is that the connections or the potential of somebody who could be supplying the insurgency in Mozambique doesn't necessarily have to stop at that, by which I mean that the borders, the landing sites throughout this part of the Mozambique Channel, all the way down to South Africa, is relatively open. These routes are well established. They go back many times centuries as well. And I'm not saying that they've always carried, say criminal contraband or have a corrupting influence, but they can be exploited, as Caitlin just said as well. They're very susceptible to corruption or being integrated into these kind of networks. And to be honest as well, the level of grievances is always on the increase as well. The isolation of so many coastal communities, the pressures that they are under quite often as well, is not being addressed by either the central government or by the most visible symbols of companies who are coming in, be it gas companies or be it some kind of NGO as well. A lot of this is, I just bring it back to the climate change issue as well. Climate change is absolutely critical, fundamental to what is going on, especially I believe in places like Tanzania, in Mozambique, basically throughout coastal Africa as well. You're going to see, I believe, an increase in populations in coastal areas. Coastal resources are going to come under significantly more pressure, and that could be because of again, what we've heard just now as well, coastal migration. That could be caused by climate change further inland. It could be caused by conflict over limited resources further inland, pushing people to the seas. We've seen that in Mozambique with the huge numbers of internally displaced people seeking refuge in coastal towns like Pemba and Palma. You've got this situation then where you've really got to consider how will people feed themselves, especially if there are limited resources due to illegal fishing or because of bleaching and the loss of biodiversity, sea temperature rises as well, and the fact that so many people are maybe seeking to fish, that there are very destructive practices as well. Now that's not to blame, as I say, the people who are there. It places an obligation, I believe, on good marine spatial planning, if I can try and draw it into what we've heard from the previous presentations as well, about the usage of coastal space and how it is politically aligned with either the principles of good governance of the state or of the regional communities, and how that is stressed as well, because you might end up with a situation too where you have huge amounts of coastal areas being in a way cleared in the name of potential tourism sites, for instance. And that's not a very viable future when you, like I say, have increasing numbers of people seeking refuge for climate change reasons, for conflict reasons, in coastal areas. And that, I think, is a major trend track in the short to medium, basically up into the long term as well. But some of the tools we've been looking at today are going to play a crucial part in that. If it's about tracking or being able to track ships and use that intelligence to deploy, like I said, very limited assets, but limited assets which could be pooled and combined. The example of the frigate in Sao Tome and Principe is a really good example as well, I think, of how do we use these limited assets in a way which benefits the entire region. And it's quite exciting to be talking about this today as well, because, and the final thing I'll say, because I know I perhaps extending the answer as well, but the work of the UNODC, especially in West Africa, in terms of the legislation and the support and the capacity building is crucial there. There are many instruments for states or member states or communities to draw upon. I feel that they're just often not aware of them enough, or the benefits of that enough. And I think that's a good communication role or function for organizations like the African Union going forward as well. I think they have a very crucial role to play there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tim. Minister, it's very important what it seems to me, at least, what Tim Walker has just said. But when we come to the way how the foreign NEV is organized, for instance, in the case of Mozambique, it looks like it's very much based on assistance to army, to land forces, and not so much to develop the maritime defense capacities, isn't it?
Ricardo Alexandre, were you addressing the question to me?
Yes.
Or,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
since we heard last week that you finally mentioned the number of Portuguese military that are going to train in Mozambique, 65, as I believe, but mainly to assist the Mozambican special forces.
Yeah, but special forces actually including the fuzileiros, which are the Marines. So, but yes, in general, you are absolutely right. I have to say though two things. One is that when we engage with Mozambique, we engage with full respect with the sovereign authorities of that country, and we respond to what they consider to be the priorities, and so that the focus has been on those land aspects, although, as I say, with marine training as well. Second aspect is that I know that France and Mozambique are also in discussion about work that they can do together in terms of maritime security. French have 2 naval ships in Réunion Island, and so they're frequently going down by the coast of Madagascar, the Mozambique Channel, and they can work more closely with Mozambique, and they're engaging with Mozambique and discussing this at the moment. So it's not entirely absent. But more generally, I'd like to pick up on the absolute importance, because I've been speaking about what we as Europeans can do, but the absolute importance of engaging with countries of coastal regions and the organizations. So for West Africa already, there is an architecture, the so-called Yaoundé architecture, which is established by the countries of the region. And what we want to do with the coordinated maritime presence is to engage with the Yaoundé architecture, not to do something completely separate and unrelated, but to engage with institutional frameworks that can already exist. That's why when we have our Ministers of Defense meeting of the European Union in the beginning of May, on the 4th of May, we have taken the initiative of inviting the Friends of the Gulf of Guinea, G7++. So it's a group which is composed out of G7 countries and countries of the region of the Gulf of Guinea, and currently chaired by the United Kingdom and Senegal, and co-chaired. And we're inviting them to discuss with EU defense ministers what we should be doing together so we can explain our coordinated maritime presences, so we can hear from them about the experience of the Yaoundé architecture and work out how we can be making sure that our actions are coming together as they should, rather than being separate. A final brief point to say that, of course, as Minister of Defense, I'm focusing on the security aspects, but the oceans as a whole, and my colleagues on this panel will be very much aware of this, they need for us to have an approach which is integrated, which involves the security aspect, but it involves also environmental sustainability. It involves the economic dynamics, the creation of opportunities for the blue economy, etc. So during our presidency of the EU, we're organizing in Lisbon a large conference on the oceans in June, which aims to bring together these different dimensions, which are dealt with by different groups of people, and that need greater integration in the way that we think about the oceans.
Thank you very much. Lendert José Araújo asks which measures should be set up to deal with human trafficking by sea.
It sounds like an almost impossible question. How to bring peace to the world? No. No, well, I think we see the issue in different kinds, also in other regions. That, of course, I think Tim was referring to that. There, where there's, let's say, scarcity of resources, it will start to drive people away. Certainly, when there's even conflict about the resources, even there you will have even more refugees going away. And that, of course, is a big fundamental and structural problem that we have. The unrest around Europe with the ongoing fights and insecurity in Syria, the ongoing kind of turmoil in Libya, unstable regimes elsewhere, where there's also a lot of criticism towards the sitting governments, the Arab Spring that did not really bring what people were expecting from it, drives people away. And then still, of course, Europe is seen as the prosperous neighbor. So it requires a long-term engagement of Europe in Africa, mainly, to help to structure, to restructure, to bring health and prosperity in that region. And at the same time, we have to set up a sensible mechanism at our doorsteps to help people, but also to be realistic what we can do and what we cannot do. And these are very difficult political choices to be made. And I think Europe is already struggling with finding the answer to this question since 2015, with varying results, positive and negative. And there you always see the balance between kind of strict border control, but also not losing the human face. And there is again about balance. So we need to be prepared. We need to be present. I think we also need to invest in those coastal states. I think that we can also host people not only in Europe, but also before they enter Europe, for example, dealing with asylum procedures. So I think there is a whole toolbox necessary to address this. It's a rather complex issue. And we should also be careful not to be associated with either the positive side or the negative side of it, because multiple actions are required to deal with this problem, which will not go away. Certainly also we talk about climate change, about scarce resources. For the years to come, we will have to deal with it. And so I think also from a political point of view, and I'm not a politician in this panel, maybe luckily so, we need to find a kind of balanced approach, working on development aid, good border control, human rights, all in the right mixture. Thank you.
Thank you, Lendert. Caitlin, I do not really know if this is very accurate, but I tend to believe that in illicit trafficking, new drugs, at least sometimes, demand new routes. And regarding methamphetamines, there is an increasing importance of the so-called golden triangle. What could you tell us about that?
Sorry, just wanted to share my screen to touch on this briefly, because it is an interesting trend both for the region but also globally. And this relates to the fact that the Golden Triangle, which has historically been an area of production for opium poppy bordering Thailand, Laos, and Myanmar, has now emerged as one of the global epicenters for synthetic drugs production. It's really facilitated because there are porous borders around them and really easy access to all of the precursor chemicals that allows you to make these drugs. And you can see from I think is a really interesting comparison of these two maps that show how concerned countries in the region are of methamphetamine. And it went from very few countries to almost all of the countries in the region. And this is considering that most of the consumption is actually happening internationally, but is having a really big effect also regionally. The law enforcement challenge is a significant one and relates to a lot of the issues that we've been talking about already, including people being willing to go to sea, having good maritime domain awareness, and having the ability to send limited assets if vessels are found. And what is happening is that there's this Western maritime route that's emerged. And the challenge, particularly for law enforcers, is that traffickers are using motherships where they will pack big quantities of methamphetamine pills, which can be very tiny. Then they can shut off their transponders. They can sit outside of territorial waters for days or even weeks. And then using daughter ships, smaller ships, they might also be fishing vessels that can mix really easily into the environment, will transport the drugs to buyer ships that are coming from various areas along the coastline. And that might be a handover at a predetermined spot, or they might drop the drugs on a fishing buoy, for example, some of the old methods for transporting illegal substances. The coastal states that are along the routes are not necessarily the destination points, but they have seen significant upticks in use. And they're being used as transit points, not only for the region, but also the broader world. The region is trying to respond. I think one element we haven't spoken about yet is interagency cooperation at the national level, which is always also a challenge. In this particular case, it means having the narcotics control agencies and the maritime law enforcers exchanging information and working together, and that can always be a bit of a challenge. And further cooperation at the regional level, and that's something that our program is trying to assist. We've set up a forum for the coastal states to be able to better coordinate responses and share information on this particular new and emerging trend, which I do, as I said, think has a regional significance, but also an international one. Thanks.
Thank you. Timothy, would you say that, not thinking only about the coast of Mozambique and the Indian Ocean, but on a broader sense, would you say that the multilateral approaches to deal with the safety of the oceans have been effective?
They do struggle with their effectiveness, and sometimes their coherence and coordination, it leaves a little bit to be desired, it's true. But often it's useful to remember, I think, that many member states who participate in these arrangements have gone in with very limited either capabilities or assets or a strong kind of national interest in getting something out of these organizations. So they do have an interest in regional stability. I'm thinking here in terms of the counter-piracy initiatives, where despite all coastal states in the Western Indian Ocean being, especially the small island states like Seychelles and Mauritius, being very vulnerable in terms of what they could bring to the table or put in or could contribute in terms of funding, that's often meant that the organizations were very dependent on other states, larger states who might already have competing interests as well. So the institutions which are established do struggle with the buy-in of the member states, I find. I think the institutions of secretariats or commissions are not often capacitated enough to drive the agenda in a way which can bring all state parties together to discuss these matters. There'll be a lot of disputes over, and something which I think it's crucially always over kind of integrated into our discussion here, which is reconciling ideas of sovereignty, especially ideas of sovereignty which are usually focused on controlling of land borders or about how land issues are governed, with maritime zones and laws and ideas which are very, I'm sure everyone here is very familiar with, of course, but the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, and how you can, the obligations, the responsibilities, but also the benefits of engaging in that regime are beyond many member states, because they don't have a sustained history of engagement with, building navies, cooperation, and in Africa state as well. You've got to remember the kind of very recent post-colonial history is still quite a recent phenomenon, and especially when it comes to maritime issues, where there's never been a substantial navy in many states or a maritime gendarmerie or kind of ministry. These are relatively recent institutions and still battling with so many other issues as well. So it can be frustrating sometimes to try and judge the results of organizations like the African Union or the Southern African Development Community, but always just to bear in mind that that they do have a very substantial institutional kind of blockage, which is preventing them from acting in a way which is similar to organizations maybe like the European Union. But that increases the importance of partnerships, of lessons learned, of coordination. And I think experience sharing, particularly between the European Union and the African Union in terms of maritime safety or surveillance, or if it's in terms of blue economy, is actually going to bring everybody up. It's that old expression of a rising tide lifts all ships. I think that would be very applicable in this situation were that to occur.
Thank you, Tim. I think Minister Cravinho could answer this one from Eva Tomaszewska. She asks, how would you comment on the impact of Brexit on the cooperation in the area of the maritime security? And she mentions coordinated presences in the Gulf of Guinea and the MAOC N, which I had to look up on Google, I must admit, the Maritime Analysis and the Operations Center for Narcotics. Basically, what's the impact of Brexit in the maritime security?
Well, thank you very much. Obviously, the United Kingdom is a major naval power. Great Britain has been a major naval power for many centuries. And in fact, the British Empire was built on the basis of naval power. So Brexit represents for the European Union the loss of a major maritime nation. Having said that, I think that the United Kingdom's defense and interests do not take it away from the European Union. They're very similar. And the United Kingdom is, I think, in due course, very likely to establish mechanisms for regular coordination with the European Union. Obviously, the United Kingdom is a member of NATO, and 21 member states of the European Union are in NATO. So there's a lot of coordination between EU member states and the UK in NATO and bilaterally. And I think in terms of something like the coordinated maritime presences, well, it's up to the UK, but it's not difficult to imagine that at some future point in the Gulf of Guinea or in another geography that there could be collaboration. So I don't see that in terms of maritime security, it's going to make a major change. We're still on the same side and concerned about the same issues, and therefore destined, I would say, to coordinate and cooperate with each other. With respect to MAOC, based here in Lisbon, it makes very important substantive contributions to the combat of narco trafficking. It's not an area that I deal with. It deals more with the Ministry of Justice, operationally, of course, sometimes the information coming from MAOC is used to ask the Portuguese Navy to intercept a vessel on the high seas, and that has happened regularly and produced very significant results in terms of hauls of particularly cocaine cargo. But it's an institution that I think should be more well known because of the significant contribution that it makes to combating narco traffic. And I'm sure that my co-panelists here from EMSA and Leonard Paul from EMSA and Caitlin Meredith from UNODC are very much familiar with the work of MAOC.
Thank you very much, Minister João Gomes Cravinho, também to Caitlin Meredith, Timothy Walker, Leonard Ball. I'd like to thank you all for your brilliant interventions. The next session of this conference will be at 9 a.m. GMT tomorrow, 9 horas in the morning, with a panel, The Blue Economy Beyond Fish and Minerals. I wish you all a very pleasant evening. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good evening too.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.